preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, J.J. Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies. There you go. It sells itself. Get in there.
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no
longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen.
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
that's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. Then just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
What What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday Night Shenanigans that are Open Mic Night. I am your host, your moderator, the renegade of wrestling, JJ Williams. How is everybody doing this evening? Hope everybody has had some time to recuperate and rest and relax, coming off the heels of Crown Jewel today in Saudi Arabia. We've got a packed house this evening to join us for the shenanigans. First and foremost, the man whose name is right there on the marquee, the man who wasn't supposed to be here today, much like Dante Hicks and Clerkson, if you know, you know. Jeff Meacham in the house. What is going on, boss man? Glad that your stomach was able to cooperate so that you could be here.
I have my Santa hat on. If you know, you know. I've got my Santa plugs ready for later, including this little darling that I love so much. Yeah, we're I'm feeling how I'm feeling. It is what it is, folks. But it's Saturday, and you know what that means, as we say here on Across the Multiverse. So Let's do the thing. As you said, we have a stacked panel. So let's just go ahead and get everybody in and get this shit underway.
Well, next person we're going to bring in is a man who traditionally needs no introduction, for he is just a simple man and a lifelong fan of, what are those words again, Noah?
Oh, yeah. Professional wrestling, damn it!
But you digress.
You're damn right. Hello.
Hopefully you had a nice little nap, sir, after Crown Jewel. You were able to rest a little bit. I did see your private chat. I had no idea you had been up since 3 a.m., good sir. Thank you for everything that you did for us this morning, afternoon for you, of course.
It's no problem. I got a little bit of rest. About 50 minutes. You watch Collision, you watch WWE Power Struggle, you watch Crown Jewel, you watch Impact Wrestling, Turning Point, you watch Rampage, and hey, you fall back here, so we should be all right, and I'm feeling okay. So thank you for that. And it's always good being here with you, JJ and Jeff. So let's do the shenanigans and see where this wild ride takes us tonight.
But wait, there's more. We still have 4 people to bring onto the panel. I guess you could call them the 4 horsemen, if you will, of the extended multiverse.
Interesting.
First person we're going to bring in is a man who's here for a limited time only. He's only going to be here for the first segment, as he has told us. He is the man with all the stats. Stat boy in the house.
Which member of the 4 horsemen am I?
Roma.
Damn.
No, I kid.
I was going to give him a little bit more meaning than Roma. I was going to say Mongo.
Okay, yeah, we'll go with Mongo. Okay, yeah, that works.
But that means I was married to Deborah for one point. Cool.
You know what? Find the silver lining wherever you can, good sir. The next man we're going to bring on is... Oh, damn. Okay, now another one just popped in. So now we still have 4 to bring on. Damn it. Fucking up the rotation here. So the next person we're going to bring in, we haven't had on the show for quite a while.
Yeah.
And a lot of people know him by his tagline, as he is just happy to be here. Big Baller G is back in the house.
What's up, folks?
Holla, holla for the Big Baller.
There you go.
The big baller to the simple spender. Been a while, Big G.
Yes, it has.
Hey,
yes, it has.
With everybody we got coming in, we can have a holla 8-man tag match play. I just throwing it out there. So yeah.
There you go.
Where's Terry Long?
Hey, he's a Hall of Famer, by God. You be nice.
Damn right.
Next person we're gonna bring in to the stream, because I'm trying to hold off for a little something.
You know, the
next one we're going to bring into the stream is the man who literally just popped in at the last minute.
Yes.
He may have been here at the last moment, but he is the reliable one. Walter Cruz in the house.
Hey.
Hello.
I see my name and it shall appear.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Good to be seen.
Next person we're going to bring onto the stream is a simple man of a different sort.
Whoa!
Josh Mansfield is in the house.
Is he here?
Would I make you wait this long if he wasn't? Ladies and gentlemen, in back-to-back appearances, his second appearance on Open Mic Night, Matty Laws is in the house.
Well, Matty! I'm here.
Oh shit! Right
a
out
thick
the
ass.
gate, Noah. You know what the $20 super chat is for. For those
God
that don't
bless
know,
it!
we said it on the air this morning that for a $20 super chat on Open Mic Night, Noah would have to do the spinner Rooney. And there is it right out the jump. And he challenges Stat Boy.
Ooh.
The price is right. We need a man who's good with numbers, who is a suitable challenger. I don't care who wants my championship. I am calling you out. So
Well-
he's already called out Greg Cherry for Price is Right and gotten that accepted. Now he's calling Stat Boy. You think about Contestants Row. There's usually about 5 people down there to play the pricing game. Stat Boy, do you accept the challenge to return to Pricing Row for the first time in about a decade
Or that
against
shit.
Emmanuel?
Challenge accepted.
Boom! There we
There it
go.
is.
Make it official.
Look at Dano. So we have got 3 people for Contestants Row. To my correction, Mikey made sure to point out there it is 4 in Contestants Row, so we need at least 1 more. It's been a minute since I watched because let's be real. Last time I watched a Drew Carey Price is Right was the show Mikey was on.
Right, that's fair.
Give me a reason to watch Drew Carey Price is Right, and I'll tune in more often.
He's a WWE Hall of Famer, by God.
Bob Barker
I
showed
like
up
his
on,
version
Bob
of
Barker
it.
showed up. Bob Barker showed up on April Fool's a few years ago. There you go.
But
By
I
the
don't
way,
know
whoever
about it.
I hate whoever invented these. Like, just why? Why is this even in here?
I agree.
What's up, Jeff?
We've already earned one of the clips being played for Josh saying he likes Drew Carey's version of the show.
This is fair. This is fair.
I mean, just throwing it out there.
This is fair. Let me get down to it.
Before you do that, can I
shut the fuck up, Josh?
You cannot.
I was just gonna say real quick. It's so good to see you, Daddy Matty.
How you doing, Josh? Shut the fuck up, Josh.
I don't
It's gonna be
care.
a long show.
I wasn't here last week when he was here. I was away. So I'm happy to be back on screen with I Am the Matty Law Simp. Sesame Daddy Matty.
This
Yeah.
Okay,
This one,
JJ,
yeah.
get your show
You
back
know
on
what?
the
You
damn
know what?
rails.
I'm gonna take a quick detour from the tracks to Stat Boy Sports Bar because Zach is totally gonna eat this reference up, and I know Big G, obviously Stat Boy, Josh, regulars on the Sports Bar. There were a lot of teardrops on his pillow when you were here last week, and he was not. And if you get the reference, you know.
Yes.
I love my Matty.
For the record, Mikey's appearance on Price is Right for real was almost 1 month before Dylan was born. So over almost 16 years ago that he was on Price is Right. Isn't that crazy? March 6, 2008. If somebody can find a video of that show for us, because I've been digging like a mucker for that thing.
My spine just curved even more. Where's my Ovaltine and my cookie?
Right.
That was my job, JJ, to make you.
My back instantly started hurting. Just feeling old now.
Right.
It's okay. I am genuinely a 75-year-old man in the body of a 25-year-old.
You look fucking great for
that,
it.
That was me yesterday, dude. For real. One of Cece's kids started provoking me, and I tried to do what I had done to the other one about a month ago and hoist him up in the fireman's carry position. My back literally gave out on me, and I took a knee. I couldn't even get him up. And I've been in pain ever since.
Sitting there going, "Are you okay? Yeah, go play. Go play."
Yep, I'm good. I'll be fine. Fuck, you're heavy.
All I'm gonna say is tall men aren't meant to limbo. That's all I gotta say about that. You're as low as you feel.
Yeah.
So Noah, I'm gonna ask you, good sir. You made the deal. I know you're gonna honor it. When do you want to do the spinneroonie? Do you want to get it out of the way and see what other torment falls your way tonight? Do you want to save it a little bit and get to some discussion about pro wrestling? Maybe do it coming out of commercial. it's your call, good brother, because I know you will keep your word at some point during this evening.
First of all, y'all are fucking idiots wasting your money on this shit. Secondly, I'll do it later. I'll do it after the
I was gonna say, I'm gonna be that guy and stick up for Noah here. You threw that at him during the freaking watch along this morning. I don't even think he actually said he would do it. He's in a really nice suit. He did? Oh, okay.
He did.
And
Noah is that guy. We all know it. It's part of why we love Noah.
Okay.
Noah is willing to degrade himself for the fans' entertainment because he knows it helps the people out on this channel that are monetized and get super chats. If he agrees to something, then he will do it. And while he said that, the carpet, you can't get a good spinneroonie wearing suit, he also agreed. So that's the stand-up guy that he is. And on that topic, okay, he said he would do it later. So before we transition to the first topic, I wanted to get the thoughts of the panel. I asked Jeff this in private. I'll go around the horn just real quickly, yes or no answers. On Thursday's prediction stream, I posted something in the No DQ chat, a bet of sorts, if you will.
In the chat room on the show itself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aaron did not bring it up on the screen and acknowledge it. Should it still have to be carried out since the moderator of the channel and the panel didn't acknowledge it? Or should I be able to get away? Very simple, round the horn. Matty Laws will throw to you and we'll work our way back up.
Well, to be fair, as somebody who apparently drunkenly said that I may or may not take a pizza cutter spot.
Matty, we can't hear all the noise, brother. Sorry.
It's okay. I don't know where that noise is coming from.
Well, no, I mean the food noise.
Yeah.
There we go.
But yeah, as somebody who has drunkenly said that I would possibly take the John Moxley pizza cutter spot, or the Nick Gage pizza cutter spot after already taking the skewer spot.
Yeah, no.
Damn it, jeez.
Luckily, I didn't agree wholeheartedly to that. But yeah, no. So depending on what the bet is, if you didn't agree to it, don't do it.
There you go.
Because I've taken 11 kebab skewers to the forehead because my Broncos fucking suck.
Yeah, they couldn't have sucked last week, damn it.
Hey, they got me out whenever I needed them. Now I don't need to wear an orange Speedo.
There we go. Stay on track, Josh. If I put
would say,
something in the chat and it wasn't acknowledged by the moderator, should I still have to do it? Yes or no?
Nope.
Walter?
Sorry, my wife is distracting me doing silly things behind the camera. No, you shouldn't, because if the moderator didn't acknowledge it, why?
Okay.
Would you have to?
No.
Mikey?
Nope.
Okay, so it's pretty much unanimous here. Jeff?
I will say no, even though I know what it is. I will say no anyway.
Okay. Last person, Noah?
No, because again, there's no acknowledgement. It virtually doesn't exist. The answer is no.
Perfect. Because I had put in the chat.
Say it again.
And just go ahead
and acknowledge it.
Make sure that Noah swallows here for a second so he doesn't do a spit take. I had put in the chat that if Sami Zayn won with a blue thunder bomb, I would get my hair buzzed on the air. My God, he finally won a match with a blue thunder bomb.
Didn't I call that though? I said he's gonna win with the blue thunder bomb. I said that's how important match this was. My wife said you shouldn't have to do it either if he didn't acknowledge it.
But Aaron Rift didn't pull it up on screen. He didn't acknowledge it. My hair is safe.
Rift is in trouble with me now.
The entire bottom tier is having a noise situation in the background and out of somebody's mouth. JJ, with Josh, please. Come in.
God damn it, Josh. I keep going away from the clip because I'm trying to do other production stuff.
Shut the fuck up, Josh!
Keep your bodily function under control, people. This is the No DQ room.
Sweet fucking.
Okay.
Sweet fuck.
The initials are TJS over here.
Damn.
Oh, Lord Almighty.
And then we did get a super chat from Emmanuel. $5 says, in my opinion, Stephanie or someone else is the real person who pushed women's wrestling, not Triple H. What do you think? Emmanuel, we will come back to that because we do have a bunch of stuff that we want to discuss. So moving along then. Got that out of the way. Everybody agreed I shouldn't have to do it. Okay, so the first topic we're going to discuss tonight is what makes a wrestling star or superstar. Now, this topic was brought up because of an article that was posted on NoDQ.com this week. Roy Costin posted an article. I shared it in the group chat. I think the only one I probably didn't share it to was Maddie. My apologies, Maddie. And the basically goes over, what qualities make stars and superstars, and what do we as fans look for in our favorite superstars. And he broke it down into 4 categories: presentation, in-ring ability, promo skills, and crowd connection. And I thought it was a great article. I will send the link to your Twix real quick, Maddie, if you want to try to skim it as we go around the horn here and other people discuss that hopefully have looked at the article. I thought this was a great point because you don't really maybe notice it on first look, but the more that you break down and examine the people that we love to cheer for, the more you can see what they have, what they don't have, where they lack in each of these 4 categories, and how much we love a person based on these categories. Prime example, one of the first people I gravitated towards when I came into fandom was The Rock. Never wavered from him in my 25 years on off as a fan. But you think about his presentation as The Rock, you think about his in-ring ability, his crowd connection, his promo ability. The only thing he kind of lacked was his in-ring ability because he was never the greatest wrestler. But he had the other 3 freaking through the ceiling as far as measurability goes. There wasn't an ounce left. He fucking shattered those things. You look at a guy like LA Knight today, very much the same cloth. In-ring ability lacks a little bit, I think, if we want to get real. Not saying that he's a horrible wrestler, but that's his weakest point. Promo ability, crowd connectivity, presentation are all through the roof. But you put him in the ring against, we'll say, a Will Ospreay, you're going to reveal the flaws in the in-ring ability, I think. Not to knock it, it's well documented how much I love Shawn Ricker. You look at a Shayna Baszler, for example, one of Big G's favorites. Her presentation is garbage. I think you'll admit that. Her in-ring ability is through the roof. Her promo ability, Her crowd connection, meh. So it's just kind of trying to find that balance of all of our favorites. And what of those qualities do you think is the most important? Not just in the broad spectrum of things, because we can talk about from the business angle, but for you personally, which of those 4 things do you think catches your eye and gravitates towards that person? Just a second, Mike. I see your hand up. I kind of want to throw to Big G to start this one off, since we did kind of pinpoint Shayna as an example, and how, to his own admission, she's kind of wavering in a few of those things. Do you kind of go to the in-ring performance aspect of a wrestler more than the connection, the mic abilities, the presentation? And if the answer is no, and you do look for the crowd connection or the promo abilities, let me flip it on you. And what was it about Shayna that attracted you to her as a favorite? Because we know that is one of your girls.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So let me. All right. So for me, it's a little bit of all four, depending on who the wrestler or the wrestler superstar is, makes me have that connection with them. So Shayna Baszler, when she first debuted in NXT, it was her theme song, like her original theme song that she had before Def Rebel changed it, and just her in-ring ability. You know, I did check out because she was in the Mae Young Classic. And that's like, okay, I was like, okay, she's a badass, and this is what WWE needs. They need a badass in WWE right now. And then, you know, her promo skills aren't the best. You know, she could use someone like a Paul Heyman, you know, or even if he would have became like stayed a manager, LA Knight or somebody like that. Who knows? But for Shayna Baszler, it was the in-ring ability because of her MMA background and her theme song, her entrance.
Okay, so the entrance plays part in the presentation portion of it.
Okay.
So
okay,
I would definitely qualify that as part of that, because you think about the first thing you hear for a bunch of these people is their music.
Yeah.
You know, even if it's a debuting person before you even really get to know anybody, you hear that music and it's like, who's this?
Yeah.
They don't know jack shit about
So
music.
the fact that the song attracted you, I would definitely qualify part of that as the presentation.
Yeah. Another one for me, I have his logo tatted right here on my shoulder. Is Triple H. Triple H, you know, I want to say he has pretty much like all four for me, like the crowd, the theme music, Motorhead. You can't go wrong with Motorhead. His in-ring ability is all right, but it's still there for me. And then his mic skills were there for me too. So,
okay, I mean, modern day Triple H, and by modern day, and I say pre-retirement, I definitely think all those boxes checked when he was first presented to us as the Greenwich Blue Blood.
Right. Yeah, that was way before my time. I'm talking about like 2000, 2002 Triple H.
Okay.
When I first started getting into WWE and stuff like that. So.
Okay. Fair enough. Any other points you wanted to bring up as far as that, or I'll move on to the next person? I don't want to cut you off. So.
No. Okay, so I'm gonna make this clear. The whole Britt Baker thing. The biggest reason I'm a fan of hers is because she's a Steelers fan. That's biased right there.
Thunderbird, baby.
Her theme song is pretty, you know, decent. The crowd connection's there, especially when she's in Pittsburgh or in Pennsylvania, wherever they're at. I mean, her in-ring ability isn't quite there yet for me, but you know, the biggest connection is that she's a Steelers fan. So
right, I was wondering if you were going to bring Britt up, because I know she's another one of the ones you gravitate towards. I'd say she's got all the boxes checked except for maybe the in-ring ability.
Yeah,
I agree. That's where she lacked.
Pretty well too. Yeah,
but the presentation, the crowd connection, especially ever since she turned babyface, her promo abilities have to be at least above par, because you figure they were having her do Jamie Hayter's talking.
Yeah.
So even if her promo isn't the greatest, it's still above average. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had her talking for Hayter.
Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead, Mikey. You had your hand up. I know, probably because you want to get your piece out and then you can bow out and go to bed.
Yeah.
But like I said, since I had addressed and used Shayna as an example, I wanted to go to G first on that. So go ahead.
I got you. For me, it's what makes a superstar, I think, is the fan interactions. And if they're approachable and respectable and polite, whether they're at a signing or whether they're being themselves, that gives them bonus points in my mind. If they're the kind of people that flat out say, when I'm not at the arena, I don't want to be bothered. Please respect that. You have to give them their space. We've talked about this on how when you meet a wrestler, that's what you're supposed to do. But I can understand that, if they don't want to be bothered, that's a point. You got to, but then you move on to the next one, and then you're at the show and you cheer for them and you boo for them. They're doing their job. Whether you like them or whether you hate them, they're doing their job. So, and if they do their job good, and then it goes to their skills, and then I would also throw in their merchandise. If their merchandise is selling, and if they're making money for the company, and the company rewards them by, okay, we're going to give you a push, and then signs, and it's a little bit more than 4 points, really. I think there's just more to it, but for me, like I said, it's just the fan interaction. That's the number one. And then you go and see them, you cheer them and you boo them, and then if you can talk to them like a normal person and not mark out and respectfully critique their craft, like hey, I liked what you did in that match. That was a good match. Your moveset is okay. But when you get on the mic, maybe try this. Don't just flat out say, oh, you suck on the mic. Don't ever do that. Or you'll lose points with them. And then before you know it, there's like a report that a fan disrespected a wrestler, and then they get all this negative stuff, and then roller coaster. Done.
Okay. I got, hold on, Jeff. Hold on, because I've been quiet for this. I'm trying to let him get his thing out. Number one.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Mikey!
Would you not think that fan interaction falls into crowd connection? Would you not think that merch sales falls into presentation? That their push is usually based on their crowd connection?
I guess
or were you just not paying attention?
I think I worded it differently. That's what I think I did. So I just called it a different term, not trying to overstep what was written or whatever, but I was just putting in terminology that I could figure out. So
okay, so based off of what you rambled, I think for you it comes down to their presentation and their crowd connectivity.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to elaborate on as far as your point? Or are you good?
No, I'm pretty much good on that.
Take the fact that you rambled nonsensically as a fact that you're tired and you need to go memes.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing me in.
I see your hand up. Is there something you wanted to say to Mikey before he leaves?
Well, besides what you already had me say, Mike D's comment is awesome because we were just talking to Mikey, and Shawn Michaels is brought up in the conversation, which I know is Mikey's favorite of all time.
Oh yeah,
Shawn checks the boxes.
Oh, absolutely.
He always did. So his public presentation wasn't always good before he was saved, but yeah, I just want to point that out. But yeah, definitely don't critique a wrestler's in-ring stuff as a fan. Definitely don't do silly things like chase them through hotel lobbies or things like that. Don't ever do that.
No,
never do that.
No,
especially when you pull a channel and strip over the couch. Never do that. Don't ever do that. Anyway,
I see your hand up.
I was gonna say, just to tie this all up, if you want to meet wrestlers, go to the conventions, pay the money, and do it the right way. Don't be a stalker.
Yeah.
A convention like this, Big G?
Damn Skippy, WrestleCade, Thanksgiving weekend, people in North Carolina.
North Carolina.
North Kakalaki.
There you go.
My next door neighbor. Tennessee, North Carolina. 1 hour
God damn,
away.
Tennessee goes far east. Holy shit.
It does. From Sevierville to Cherokee when we saw Fluffy. Hour and a half.
Freaking see the shining sea and shit.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. All right, guys. I love you all. I'll see you all. I want to see you all on Tuesday in the sports bar as we close a couple of chapters. I love you all. Stat Boy out.
All right. Yes, Jeff? Okay. Maddie, go ahead. What are your thoughts on this topic, good sir?
Well, I did say I like that another Matthew thought along the same lines that I did, because I actually had two names that popped into my head whenever I read the article, and it's Bryan Danielson and the late Jay Briscoe.
Interesting. Danielson, I definitely agree with you on. Jay Briscoe is always a hard one for me. I've tried to soften up on him since his passing, but always kind of had a bad taste in my mouth. Jeff's too, to a certain degree, going back to his lack of showing up for advertised gigs in Pro Wrestling Guerrilla back in the day. It's kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Understandable.
Understand people change. Probably should have given him the benefit of the doubt before he passed away, but kind of is what it is at this point.
But I will say the thing that I gravitate towards, like Stat Boy said, was presentation, crowd connection. G, I'm sure you said presentation as well, correct? Mine has always been in-ring ability. I've always been more attracted to what they can do between the ropes as opposed to what I hear them say, or because everybody can cut the "I'm gonna kick your ass" promo, but if you can get in the ring and run circles around whoever you were talking shit about the entire time, I love it. That's why I love Zack Sabre Jr. as much as I do, is because he has such a motor mouth on him, and he backs it up by stretching said person in ways that we weren't capable of thinking was possible.
Right. Okay. That's fair. I mean, the in-ring ability definitely became more of a factor for me once I started wrestling myself, because then you start to study the talents more, because you're dissecting, you're trying to study how to do a move that you can then adapt to your style and whatnot. But the first couple of years, I definitely think it was more about the presentation of a person,
the package
and
that
the mic
was
ability.
being presented.
Now I go and I watch somebody, and like I deal with it all the time in here, where because they're young or whatever, they'll look at somebody and they'll boo the villain and cheer the hero, just like the black and white that they want you to do. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, yeah, but do you see how he's doing this? Like, he's a great wrestler. Like, he's somebody you need to be cheering for and admiring for, because that day's going to come where they're going to have their baby face turn. And then you're going to be cheering him. And I'll be like, I've been a fan of theirs all along.
Yeah, I've told you from the very fucking beginning.
Right? Like, for real. Like, now you're coming to prime example. Me and Jeff will stand on this mountaintop and scream it until the day we die with Holly through our hearts. Mike the Miz Mizanin. We have been preaching his greatness ever since we saw him in Ultimate Pro Wrestling, before the Tough Enough. And then he came on
fresh out of Real World?
Yeah, fresh out of Real World. We saw him when he was training. And then he was runner-up in Tough Enough. became the SmackDown in Arena host, went to ECW, did the whole chick magnet thing, teamed up with Morrison, and people are like slowly starting to be like, maybe there's something about him, but he's trash. I don't get it. And we're like, dude, just watch. And then he cashed in the briefcase on Randy Orton, became champion. Me and Jeff are like, that's our dude. Be like, but he was underhanded. He was sneaky. It's what the fuck you're supposed to do with Money in the Bank.
Exactly. I have to defend this so many times.
And now people, prime example, James, sit back and he watches that SummerSlam match between Miz and Rey Mysterio from that hot-ass garbage SummerSlam. And he's like, dude, the best thing on the night was The Miz, and The Miz carried Rey Mysterio through that match. It's like, man, we've been telling y'all this shit since day one-ish. Since -1 day one-ish, for real. Like, we have been about The Miz for a minute, and people are just now coming around. This man saying that he was the first man to bring prestige back to the Intercontinental Championship prior to Walter getting it, making it must-see championship belt, something respectable to fight for. Me and Jeff will die on that hill. That's just one prime example. I've said the same thing about Austin Theory since I first saw him. And people are like, I don't know about that. I'm like, watch. Give him another 5 years. Austin Theory is going to be that dude.
I will say I'm 100% with you on that, JJ. Me and my brother have been with Austin Theory since he was like 19 fucking years old.
Yeah, see, I missed him in Noah's NXT as part of the way, but when I first saw him on the main roster, I saw him win Money in the Bank briefcase, I'm like, dude, watch. There's something about this guy, because to me, he's a modern day Miz. He's that same breed of dude. You think about Austin Theory live. You know, you think about his presentation. You think about him doing the selfies, even though he's done with that gimmick. Like, all of that shit is straight up Miz type of shit. And Grayson Waller is the same cloth, which is why him and Austin Theory are working so great as a tag team.
Well, I think they just work well as a tag team because they both look like douchebags and they're able to carry that out perfectly.
Fine, but you throw Miz in there as the leader of that stable, man, oh my god! And then just for celebrity appeal, you throw Logan Paul into that shit.
No,
you've got a devastating 4-man stable. Josh is having a heart attack right now.
You want extra heat? Throw Dom Mysterio in there,
right?
And then you just named the stable the douchebags.
Right?
There you go.
But seriously, those Dom aside, Miz, Logan, Grayson, and Theory are all cut from the same cloth. They really are if you look at their presentations. They really are.
I've never seen it that way, but it is an immaculate comparison for Theory and The Miz.
So I'm just watch. Josh is shaking his head. I would bet every penny that I don't have right now, Josh. 5 years' time, he's not released from the company. Theory is a champion. World Heavyweight or WWE Universal in 5 years.
Yeah. Mike D and Matthew both have the point on point. This guy in the last 2 years has had the rub from Austin, Cena, The Rock, and say what you will about him outside of the ring, but Vince McMahon too, on screen. Those 4 people have given the golden ticket, if you will, to Austin Theory. You cannot tell me in your lifetime there, you little freaking fetus Mansfield, those 4 people giving somebody that kind of acknowledgement on television is not golden for their career. Austin, Rock, Cena, and Mr. McMahon. Jesus H. Christ.
Mm-hmm. And then when you go to Grayson Waller, Edge.
Yeah. Cena.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Grace is on his way. And he was in that little minor skirmish, if you will, with Michaels when he was still in NXT, when Michaels was, jamming him to death. So these two guys, the WWE sees something in both of them. Clearly. So I wouldn't call it a bandwagon because JJ and I have been on those guys from the beginning, but if we want to get Mikey back in here, hop on another bandwagon, bring him back in. Because damn it, everybody should be on those bandwagons from those two guys.
Right. Yeah, and Waller just got the rub from Miz earlier today.
I was going to say they were part of Miz TV together, they were part of each other's segments together. If you really want to be technical about it, so.
Yeah, I looked away for a minute, came back, and it was the Grayson Waller effect when it was the Miz TV to start out.
That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny watching.
I was gone for like 2 minutes and everything changed. I was like, well, this is interesting.
Right?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Walter.
No, Waller.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I know what it's saying. I'm telling Walter that the thing says Waller. He's being naughty.
Yes, he is.
He's being naughty.
Speaking of being naughty, we'll go ahead and we'll throw it over to Josh now. See if he can stay on Santa's nice list and not tread too much naughty ground.
Yeah, I doubt it, because I'm going to start for saying Austin Theory, look, I'll admit, he's got the looks. He's fucking hot. But that's about it. That's all he's got. He's not Matty Law's hot, but...
Oh, Jesus.
Shut the fuck up, Josh!
My laughing is the best part of that. That's awful.
Big G looking.
Yes, I know many of you guys.
No one doesn't even have to actually be on the show today. We're just going to keep running that clip.
Playing his clip because Josh is here. That's right. No one doesn't have to verbalize until we get to his turn, because anytime Josh opens his damn mouth, we got the clip ready. He's going to say something Joshy.
Well, again, Lordy. It's mostly because Daddy's here, so.
Shut the fuck up, Josh!
We're going to get raided. I swear. It's going to be a thing.
So.
Honestly, that one was an accident. I was trying to move my cursor over and it accidentally tapped it.
Oh my God.
Right, Josh, go ahead. All seriousness. So aside from Theory being hot in your words, you don't think he has anything else to offer the table? No mic ability, no in-ring ability. He's just hot.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, back to the...
Bro, his in-ring work.
Are you for real right now? Are you?
He is so good in the ring.
He is. Oh my goodness.
No.
Sweet baby Jesus, what is happening?
I'm telling you, within 5 years, Josh is gonna change his tune, and we're gonna go back to this for a highlight package, and just rub his face into all the shit he talked about, Theory.
Okay. Now, in terms of presentation, in-ring ability, etc., my taste has been, it's been all over the place. I mean, my number one guy is Taker. Presentation, promo, crowd connection. I will say he didn't have the in-ring until later in his career, if we're being honest. Like his streak of Mania matches. And then my next right below that is Edge. Same with him. And in my top 5, I got, also Balor, Brett, and Shane McMahon. I'll be honest, I didn't start looking at ring ability until I started watching Noah's NXT.
Okay, that's fair.
I'll be completely honest.
Noah's NXT where Austin Theory cut his teeth, right?
No, this was before Austin Theory was around, and yeah. So this was like the Gargano Ciampa DIY days, etc.
And the way wasn't in there during that portion?
No.
Okay. That's a legitimate question because you have to remember I wasn't watching then, so.
Yeah, I know. You a baby when it comes. I may be fetus, but you are fetus when it comes to NXT.
Okay.
So,
I will let that one slide, Mansfield. Continue.
I'm assuming the reason Jeff went off screen is because he's laughing too hard at that one. But
possibly either that or he had to go potty.
That too.
Remember,
now,
he's been having tummy issues today, so
this be true. Now, there are some I have come to have an affection for, specifically Miz. I remember, I was in sixth grade. In my trailer park the night the Miz won the WWE title. I was screaming and pissed off so fucking loud the neighbors came over to my window telling me to calm down. Fast forward to when Miz won the IC title on the premiere episode of Main Event. I was cheering my ass off. I've been behind Miz ever since. He is a Cleveland boy. He is a Browns loyalist. Yeah, love you too, Big G. Fuck the Steelers.
That happened on the debut episode of Main Event?
Yep. He beat
Okay.
Kofi.
So let me ask you this.
Kofi won it from Miz. Wrong thing. But I've been a Miz guy for years. Ever since he had his first face turn. I've been a Miz guy.
Okay. So you've come around and you appreciate the Miz now for everything that he is. Do you really not see what me and Matty Laws see in that Austin Theory is like the next generation of him? Do you really not see it?
Just with athleticism.
Now, like I said, will I eat my words someday? There's a good chance of that. The way I am about Austin Theory now, I was about the Miz. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So, but really,
if anybody's going to be able to sway you to Austin Theory's side, I got to think it's going to be Matty Laws.
This be true. Daddy can get me to agree to almost anything.
Wow.
So how much would it take to get you into a Broncos jersey?
We starting that Matty OnlyFans yet?
Working on it.
Okay, then.
Sweet baby Jesus.
I would just like to say that I'm gonna have y'all speak up because my old ass can't hear after hearing Josh was in sixth grade when Miz cashed in for the championship. Like, I'm too old for this damn room, clearly.
I think I'm only older than Josh by I think we talked about this, a year and a half?
How old are you, Matty?
25.
I'm 26.
Oh shit, you're older than me.
Yeah.
Holy
what's
crap.
that, youngins? I can't hear y'all in the lower tier. What? Hey?
What?
Right,
so, okay.
Why?
You almost
pretty much what Big G was saying, despite my disagreement with him, with Britt Baker, it really depends on the wrestler of how we connect to them and what we appreciate the most about them. Gunther, for example, I love his in-ring work. He's one of the fucking best, despite him being a heel. And the thing is, with all of us on here being wrestling personalities, I think those qualities can extend to all of us. We each have one. Now, most of us probably don't have the in-ring wrestling ability, but each of us probably has something else. Noah, the promo man. Matty, crowd connectivity and presentation because he has me, in the palm of his hand.
Down. What's wrong with you?
He is the Shawn Michaels. The theme song fits perfectly for him.
Yeah, Sherry's singing it.
Or me.
Shut the fuck up, Josh!
Thank you. Jesus.
Heel boy, heel.
I love you, Matty.
Love you too, Josh.
I think Josh's goal is to try to make Matty uncomfortable on the air just once.
Oh,
he's not going to do it.
He will never make me uncomfortable.
Okay, then he's going to make everybody else
uncomfortable. You think the rest of us going to go about Matty? Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Him and I have talked. We're good. He's my bro. I love him.
Have you seen me take kebab skewers to the forehead, JJ?
No, that I have not seen yet, but I did see the Jack of all trades, or no, the
Luck of the draw.
If I'm comfortable covering myself in 3 pounds of chocolate syrup, I'm not going to get uncomfortable.
Especially if saying my name right before it, Maddie.
So anyway, the call from NerdQ.com was written, and JJ wanted to talk about that.
Yes. Let's go to the simple man to try to bring us back on the rails of this shit. Jesus
Love
Christ.
of God, somebody. And no, Seth, and not oh brother, oh bother. Read the room. If you know, you know.
Noah, your thoughts on this topic, not the Josh going simp crazy for Maddie over here.
I think he's looking for his own clip. Shut the fuck up, Josh. He's going to put it on loop the rest of the show now.
Sorry, were you saying something of relevancy? I was watching Pyramid preparing for church tomorrow.
Yeah.
There we go.
We're talking about the article that was written and what it is that attracts us to our favorite wrestlers, be it the presentation, in-ring ability, promo ability, or crowd connection. What is it about your favorites that attracted to you from those 4 things? What combination? What is it you look most for your favorite wrestlers? Is it just the in-ring ability? Because I know how much you gravitate to quote-unquote professional wrestling, damn it, over sports entertainment.
Yep.
Or are there some of the wrestlers that you love and admire where maybe it is a little bit more of that sports entertainment factor that you gravitated towards, at least initially, whether it's their presentation, the way they cut a promo, or the way they connect to a crowd?
I think there's something you could take from all 4 elements, no matter what you watch or when you come into the fandom or where you start off, that definitely take part in how you connect to anybody in this industry, let alone any company. But I think more so for me, especially beyond 2002, it was definitely in-ring workmanship that really gravitated me the most, whether it's your own dynamic style or the type of quality of work you put in, not necessarily quantity, although nowadays there's certain levels of quantity I would actually expect, especially from someone called a champion, but I digress. And I do think at some point there is a value of character, but at the end of the day, you could maybe not have a strong character, but still have a strong in-ring work ethic, and the crowd will appreciate the competition you bring and the athleticism you are able to demonstrate. There are those, though, that just appeal to maybe mainstream, big, over-the-top presentation with a lacking in-ring work ethic or in-ring dynamic. So, again, I think it's pretty much not even apples to oranges. It's just a matter of what you put into the bowl that you enjoy the most, but you still have a little bit of everything. As far as my individual foresight, I find AEW, Impact Wrestling, NJPW, Ring of Honor, DDT Pro, Stardom, I find TJPW far more engaging for me on a weekly basis than WWE, because I have become more of a fan of the in-ring work ethic, the showmanship, the showcasing, the intestinal fortitude, the physical domination or challenge you endure, to the technical practices you try to practice or perfect, or try to basically counter effect. Zack Sabre Jr., Brian Danielson, just saying. I think nowadays for me, it's definitely in-ring presentation that I do look at the most. A character to me does matter a little bit because it does help you stand out, and I think it does help you relate to a bigger crowd. I look at people that have always changed their character dynamic, but maybe not necessarily change what they do in the ring, maybe little nuances of it. I think about people like Kenny Omega, for example, who's one of the most dynamic athletes of all time. I think about Will Ospreay, that went from a more high-flying cruiserweight style to more ground-based physical style when he became Aerial Assassin, then went to come up with Kingpin. Now he's kind of combined the two together into probably being the most professional wrestler this year. Sorry, not sorry, Brian Myers, and not the best professional wrestler this year. Of course, I look at people that have demonstrated the strong work ethic and the absolutely incredible dominance with every match they bring and the importance of when they perform. I look at people like Kazuchika Okada, who still to this day is one of my favorites of all time to compete. Still need to see him compete live. Either way, I started off in 1992 with, again, my standard at SummerSlam 92. I think about the British Bulldog. I think about Bret the Hitman Hart. I think about the Hart Foundation, the British Bulldogs. I think about my all-time favorite wrestler, Shawn Michaels. Some of my favorite matches are literally Shawn Michaels matches, especially on our road to 40. But I do think that article, and no, I didn't read it because, again, I'm one of those that just goes in blind as their own fan of their own design. I do think that article, based on those 4 criteria, if you're going to create a rubric of what makes somebody possible to be something in this industry, I think those 4 bullet points definitely cover a lot, but I don't think they cover everything because there's that unique nuance we talk about that certain individuals have that they just immediately grab the brass ring and roll with it. Very few people have it. Rock was one of them. Bobby Roode, for a period of time, he was the it factor of TNA Impact Wrestling. Certain individuals literally became something out the gate just based on their performance and their presentation, even if they weren't the most sound individuals. Jay Cargill, JJ. So, again, I don't think there's a defined formula to bring in a fan into the business, but I do think all 4 of those aspects does bring something to anybody who wants to be in this business. But for me, it's definitely in-ring work ethic that I look at the most because at the end of the day, I want to watch some damn good quality professional wrestling. Not a stupid Broadway debonair or long-running 30-minute classic where I might as well be watching commercials for Arby's.
I'm so much with Noah here. Give me an hour of Jonathan Gresham versus Zack Sabre Jr., and I will be a happy boy.
You know, I think it's interesting, Noah, that you pinpointed the year 2002 because when you said that, it made me start really thinking, and I think after you said that, I was able to pinpoint the exact moment and match where I stopped looking as much at the presentation and the entertainment factor and started focusing more on the in-ring skill and truly studying workmanship and that in-ring ability. And it was March 31st, 2001. SmackDown in Edmonton, Canada. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Chris Benoit.
I was just about to say, the moment you said that, I remember that main event.
Because I had always enjoyed Benoit, but what he did with Austin that night made me really take notice and really study. And until that became a taboo match that you can't really find anymore for reasons, one of my most favorite matches to watch of all time. Truly a forgotten classic, again, for reasons, because of who's involved in it and why WWE kind of put it down.
Right.
But it was doomed to be that way anyway because it was a SmackDown. You think about TLC 3, the forgotten TLC match, the TLC match that doesn't get the credit it deserves. Again, same person is there in that match.
I was about to say,
it was a
Benoit was there as
SmackDown
well.
match, but it was also a SmackDown match. So
correct.
It doesn't have the frequent DVD releases that WrestleManias and SummerSlams and all that stuff has.
And you mentioned Chris
Easy to
Benoit.
pinpoint.
And you mentioned Chris Benoit, and I don't give a fuck. I'll mention the name because at the end of the day, he was an incredible wrestler, worker for the industry.
You have to be able to separate the wrestler from the incident.
Exactly, Maddie. Thank you.
Maddie, you're going to fit in perfect on the show because Jeff and I have been preaching that since 2008, since about a year after everything went down, when people were
even on my podcast, me, my brother, and my co-host, our captain, we all agree on the same thing. You have to be able to separate the horrible shit that happened from the incredible shit that the person gave us in the ring. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with Jimmy Snuka. Because you cannot have professional wrestling history without that cage spot, without him doing the Superfly splash off the top of the cage.
That's fair, because Mick Foley wouldn't have become a wrestler if it wasn't for that. So
everybody,
the most lovable Muppet in pro wrestling history would not exist to us if that spot didn't exist.
Yeah, everybody has to start somewhere, and while we might not know every beginning and what preceded following it, I will say this to also go along with my point when it comes to presentation, in-ring work, etc. At one point, Raw wasn't SmackDown. SmackDown wasn't Raw. They both felt unique. They both felt different. One was more focused on reaching out to those that care about entertainment, mainstream media, theatrics, storytelling. Y'all want to care more about your in-ring capability, your flexibility on the fly, the dynamic you could share with anybody. There's a reason I was Team Blue SmackDown for a long damn time before my Black and Gold NXT was a thing, and truly show me that Raw and SmackDown, okay, you truly were becoming the same thing. I'm about to drop out of the company. Thank you, Black and Gold NXT, that brought me back for a period of time. So again, it really comes down to what you enjoy as a person, whether you are aware of wrestling or not. For me, I don't even watch other sports. I strictly watch professional wrestling. The reason why I say I'm a fan of professional wrestling, that's sports entertainment. Damn it, I don't care what the fuck you call it. At the end of the day, I care about in-ring work ethic and quality for the great athletes, male and female, that demonstrate what they're capable of. Not somebody that can come from that might as well be in Hollywood.
There you go. Walter, to you, and then we'll bring it home with the man whose name's on the marquee.
So for me, the most important thing, I guess this will fall under presentation and crowd connection, because for me, it's charisma. You got to have that charisma. You got to be able to have me either love you or want to smack the shit out of you and make me hate you. So you got to have that, and you got to have believability. To me, believability is one of the biggest things, because I have to be able to believe you, that you can overcome those odds. Like Brock Lesnar's big ass, I can believe him. Undertaker, I can believe him. The Rock, I can believe him. Now, I'm not taking a jab at people, because we did this debate with Virtue and everybody, but people like Adam Cole, these smaller people, Darby Allin, Tozawa, it's hard to believe them, because I feel like I can personally kick their ass if we got into a street fight. So it's like, I'm not saying that I can. I'm just saying in terms of believability.
Right. No, I get you.
Yeah. So like, I have to be able to believe you. So I guess that would go under crowd connect and a bit of presentation. But charisma, number one, The Rock has it in folds. Like, he's got it for days. Bret Hart had charisma. Shawn Michaels, even Dolph Ziggler. Like, I was on Dolph Ziggler before. And nobody liked him. He's just a modern day Shawn Michaels. I was on The Miz and I was on Ziggler. I'd say Miz since day two, because you guys are longer than me. But the moment he stepped in WWE, I was on The Miz. And you guys know I've been praising Miz for a long time. I've said it 1,000 times on Twitter, and Ziggler as well. And so you got to be able to connect with me through that charisma, but believability is a big part of it. If I can't believe you, I just lose that connection, and I just can't follow the story, which is why that it's so important for Cody to finish the story, because then it just won't be believable anymore. That you did all that to make me to F it up at the end. Like, they should have just pulled the trigger back then, but they did what they did. I got to be able to believe you.
That's fair.
I just love that you went into that basically going, but can he kick my ass?
I mean, that's fair. I mean, I do agree with some of what Virtue says when it comes to those guys. Hell, I watched one of Josh's most favorite people in the world go off for about 40 minutes about how the Marks have invaded the companies. That's right, Vince Russo talking about how some of these guys are they're the guy you know next door. Like, they don't have the presentation of a big bad wrestler like Walter was just talking about. You know, they look like the kid that plays out front in the yard with your kid. Like, they don't look like an imposing force. And granted, I am not so, nearsighted to where I don't see the times change, unlike some of these people. But I can also see their point to an extent, because the Marks have become the wrestler performing as Marks for stars for matches, instead of going out there and trying to do the best that they can to connect and drive merch sales and ticket sales and connect with people. They're out there having spot fests to try to get 5 stars, 6 stars from a NorCal journalist whose credibility was called into question back into 1991.
To be fair, that's probably about 5 people. Not everybody apparently is that.
Not everybody, but it exists in the business more than it did back in the late attitude, ruthless aggression era.
Prior to 1997 and 1998, when the NorCal Nitwit was given full-on access to one person's side of the story about a famous match that happened north of the border. But that's just me.
I was born in 98.
God damn it, Maddie.
Okay, before you throw to me, I gotta go get more of my Ovaltine. Excuse me.
92.
At least it's not me this time doing it.
Oh God!
You know what? Just because you opened your mouth.
Shut the fuck up, Josh.
Oh,
if you had stayed quiet, I wouldn't have even had to go to that.
Oh, and fuck that jabroni Mark Russo, bro.
You know what? You say what you want to say, but the dude makes some valid points on his videos. He does. He does. When I can get Jeff, who craps on Russo too, to admit the fact that he made some very valid points in his videos. You just need to get off of your haterade for Vince.
Look,
Russo.
man.
You need to take that IV out of your arm and just move on with your day.
For all the bullshit that Vince Russo has spewed, for all the bullshit that Vince Russo has brought to the business of professional wrestling as a whole. Dude's been at the very pinnacle of both sides and has seen it. So he knows what he's talking about more often than not. Just because he's a dumbass and a dickhead does not mean he doesn't know what he's talking about.
So here's...
Thank you, Maddie. So just for the record, Mansfield, Maddie Laws, the person who you dubbed yourself a Maddie Laws simp for, agrees with me on Vince Russo and Austin Theory. Points that you disagree with, quote-unquote, Daddy Maddie on.
I'm sorry, Daddy.
It's okay, Josh. I forgive you.
That's right.
At least
Come on, bro. You got to give him some credit, bro.
How are you calling him daddy and you're older than him?
Right?
Yeah. Seriously, now it's even weirder.
Even weirder, exactly.
Yeah, God, yeah. That's even weirder.
And before Jeff can speak, because I saw his hand up, to go back to this comment up here a moment ago, freaking Josh is Platinum Max and Maddie is MJF. But dude, if you're not the spitting image for Juice Robinson, I don't know, bro.
Great, you just gave him an idea.
Uh-oh.
What's Daddy doing?
Oh, okay. For the record, I would like to point out for my computer while Maddie's doing whatever the hell he's going to do to poor Josh here. When you click that comment about MJF and Maddie just now, the highlight on my computer clicked one of the repeats of Walter's comment saying bro. That's how fucked up this machine of mine is.
Jeff, remind me. Hi, this is Noah Foster from Information Technology. Jeff, do you own a Chromebook, by the way?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, there's your mistake. Okay, thank you for using our service. Back to work.
So he could look even more like Rock Hard Juice Robinson.
I've got a cutout. I got a sleeveless Bullet Club shirt as well. Do you want me to grab that instead of the robe?
All the things. No.
Go for it, bro. Go full tilt.
Josh,
Noah, now we just need you to get your scarf, Noah, and to break out the full NAF gimmick instead of MJF, or to go switch into your Orange Cassidy gear.
No, actually, the machine in question is a Chromebook.
Chromebooks you can find for as low as $125 on the Black Friday. They're only meant for internet, but they're low-end devices because they have such a low-end processor and a little bit amount of RAM. You got to invest in something better for video editing and software purposes, man.
Yes,
he's right. Chromebooks suck.
The IT man has spoken.
Okay, before we get too far sideways on my limited finances versus my ability to stream.
This is true.
Just throwing it out there, kids. Super chat the hell out of this show. Make the new computer happen.
Yes, please.
And while Maddie goes to get changed into his Bullet Club sleeveless so he can totally do the gimmick of Rock Hard Juice Robinson, Jeff, bring us home on this topic so we can move on, because Big G looks like he's about to fall asleep on this topic. And Josh has already said that he's crashing fast. So
that makes two of us.
I'm about to pop Big G right now because, first of all, G, you mentioned earlier about Triple H. You can't go wrong with Motorhead. You can go wrong with Motorhead if you drink with them. Never do that. Trust and believe the voice of experience, especially the lead singer. Anyway, A lot of nights just aren't there anymore. Anyway.
Okay, that's the thing. Anyway, back to Pyramid.
So the topic at hand, again, we're talking about, separating the man from the incident. Two people that fall into that category that also fall into checking the boxes: Hogan and Flair. Two of my favorites of all time. Flair is not a popular person right now. Let's just get that out front right now, man. People are up Tony's ass worse than I was a month ago because of signing Ric Flair. But you take the Richard Flair. Well, okay. Richard Flair became Ric Flair, which is why he's the way he is now. But you take out that part of the gimmick, one of the best in-ring workers that ever lived, ever. Presentation. Jesus Christ uses one of the greatest movie themes in the history of the universe. Let's just use that for, as an example. He can cut an interview like nobody's business. So I think Flair checks all the boxes. Hogan, I hear, you hear Hogan can't work. Watch his Japanese matches. I call bullshit.
Yeah, I was about to say, why couldn't he do that in the States?
Vince.
Even in WCW.
The perception he had because of Vince.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the simple answer at the end of the day. We were talking about the simple man over here to my left. Hogan didn't do that in America because Hogan was, Hulk Hogan. He was Hollywood Hogan. He did what worked in this country.
Vince saw the cash cow in front of him, and he didn't want his cash cow to get hurt wrestling that style.
Yeah. If Hogan had wrestled the style of matches he wrestled in Japan more often than 3 times a year, he'd probably retired 20 years ago. Or 20 years before he actually did, because I think he retired a little over 10 years ago officially, as far as the in-ring stuff. But Hogan and Flair, fall in that category. For me, it is everything is the connectivity, the crowd reaction, the ability to draw you in. I've said this every time I talk about something like this in my 21 years of doing this and my 30-something years of fandom. The first thing that really drew me in, yes, was a Lex Luger Galoob action figure, I grant you, but the first thing that really roped me in, use your vowels properly, boys and girls, roped me in, over A, kids, yikes, was seeing the red and yellow come across my screen on Superstars the next day. I mean, that was it for me, was seeing the presentation of Hulk Hogan. And he wasn't even champion at that point. Warrior was champion. You talk about presentation and no in-ring work. Jesus Christ. Ultimate Warrior is in the dictionary under that entry. Holy shit. Presentation is so important in the post-1983 wrestling world, the sports entertainment world. If you don't have the presentation, it doesn't matter if you can pop Meltzer's nut with a 10-star match. You don't have the presentation, you're not going to go in, you're not going to do anything. I mean, seriously, Bryan Danielson, even one of the probably the greatest worker of this generation. Him, Sabre Jr., and the like. Bryan can talk now. He could cut a decent promo when JJ and I were, seeing him on the regular, right? He's much better now. Same with Claudio Castagnoli. Same with, I didn't see Zack Sabre Jr. before he really grew into himself, but Zack Sabre Jr. is just one of the complete packages. Somebody said that about who was, I forget who they were talking about, but is your favorite wrestler? Yeah, I mean, Flair's in that category again, but there are guys that do check 2 of the boxes, 3 of the boxes, 1 of the boxes. But if you're checking 1 of the boxes, it better be presentation and crowd interaction, or you're not going to get the other 3 checked off. You're not going to be given the opportunity to check the other 3 off without that crowd reaction and the presentation that draws the crowd in. Absolutely. Those 2 points are crucial. Otherwise, Terry Bollea is just a big guy that used to play guitar that might have a chance. And Richard Flair being a 300-pound, doughy prep school kid from Minneapolis becomes Ric Flair, the Nature Boy, with blonde hair and the robes. Just throwing that shit out there.
Good old Dick Fleer.
Yeah, that's right. Good old Dick Flair. Oldest ride, longest line. But, if he doesn't go to Vern's camp and lose that weight and dye his hair blonde, he's just another pudgy kid that couldn't hack it. Yes, sir.
I'm going to dispute this comment.
Uh-oh.
Goldberg? Okay.
Goldberg
checks more than one box. Yeah.
Goldberg checks 2, definitely.
I say presentation
3,
and promo.
I say presentation and crowd connectivity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because with the way he was presented, especially in WCW, they were able to get the Goldberg chants from the crowd.
Yep.
That then became part of his presentation and part of his entrance music later on.
I guess you do have a point there. So I guess in my eyes, then he would have 3 of those.
I was going to say 3. The third one, the promo, is debatable.
It's because he only had 1 promo.
Yeah. As long as he stuck to who's next and got the fuck off the microphone, I'm buying tickets to see Bill Goldberg.
Yeah, I think
when Bill Goldberg tried to cut a promo, the like of the type of match he tried to wrestle against Regal, like, bro, you're a fish out of water. You're floundering on the sand.
Will someone please turn off their damn NutriBullet?
As long as he kept it to who's next, we were
NutriBullet.
Okay, everybody, hang on a second, because JD's making a very valid point here. We're all talking over, making noise. Walter, that is coming from your house. Whatever the fuck it is, it's your house. So, anyway.
All right, that's it.
JJ, I apologize for people talking over you. I'm trying here.
It's okay. When Goldberg tried to cut a real promo is when he started to flounder. Just like when he got in there and tried to have a wrestling match with William Regal. All of the weaknesses were exposed in the armor. But when you kept it to just the who's next, Goldberg's promos were decent. So solid 2, 3 questionable. The in-ring work was never going to be there.
No.
In-ring work, I think he was about as good as Warrior. That may be too harsh, but I'm calling it like I see it.
I was going to be hard.
Jackhammer, that's about it.
Just ask Bret Hart about Goldberg's in-ring work.
Well, but again, that's one isolated incident that ended his career. Yes, Goldberg was sloppy with a lot of people, but Bret rides that more than anybody, and I'm going to surprise people right now.
I know. I said it for that reason.
No, not even that. Bill Goldberg's return, 2016. The promos he cut when he came back, because he believed it, because he wanted to be there this time. Anything prior to his return after 12 years, his promos were shit because he didn't want to be there. He didn't enjoy the wrestling business. He didn't get it. He had a kid and he got it. So I would say the last run of Goldberg's career, he checked 3 of the boxes. And I'm going to agree with Matty on that front. But Goldberg in his prime in WCW, and certainly Goldberg in WWE from 2003 to 2004, only 2. But I didn't like him being back. I'm never going to get off that high horse. But Emmanuel making the point about Gilbert just popped me in the chat. I'm not going to lie. Anyway.
Emmanuel, about a half hour ago, sent in a $20 super chat to your channel about Gilbert. I've been waiting to get to it until we got through the room, though, because I didn't.
We're talking about Goldberg, so we got to talk about Gilbert, right?
Good point. We'll go ahead and go to that.
Oh my!
Thank you again, Emmanuel. $20 to Jeff's channel.
Thank you.
For the laughs, his perfect wrestler, the man, the myth, the legend of Gilbert. Longest light heavyweight champion. The record will never be broken. the man who killed WCW and Goldberg.
Okay, so yeah, Dwayne Gill. God bless Dwayne Gill. Poor Mucker Feather was hospitalized a couple years ago for shit that just it's so silly. But he had the crowd reacting, love him or hate him. They had the crowd reacting, right? The presentation was ridiculous, and that's what made it so good.
And he cut better promos than Goldberg.
He cut better promos than Goldberg back then. The in-ring work, I mean, if you put it with Goldberg, it's about the same, right? Dwayne Gill was a hell of a wrestler, but Gilbert was supposed to be Goldberg. That was the gimmick. So, I mean, yeah, Gilbert checks the boxes. Screw it. Why not? But, yeah, again, to bring it home after an hour on just this one. Jesus Christ.
Right?
So much
like, I didn't expect. This is good, though. Like,
no, it is.
The fact we were able to get this much meat off of this topic is really good. I didn't think it was going to be this meaty, but I think a lot of it also had to do with the fact that we had Stat Boy here, so we had an extra mouth.
Right.
Josh is about to leave here momentarily because he's getting tired and needs to go Mimi's too.
Well,
does Daddy Matty need to read him a bedtime story?
Yes, please.
You're gonna have to super chat for that.
Ain't that a bitch? Oh, he gonna do it. Well, JJ's channel. Channel.
My channel, because it was me that said it.
Yep, has to be JJ's channel. I'm good for the day. Well, I'm gonna say I'm good, but on this one I am.
Do I really have to look up a bedtime story?
Dear Josh,
we'll discuss this later.
Wait, for how much super chat to read a bedtime?
I mean,
what do you think's fair, Maddie? You're the one that's gonna have to do it.
Fuck it, $25.
There you go, $25.
Fuck, Jay, you're under the first weekend.
I just have to be the one to search the.
You're gonna do it off the air. Oh my god.
So to Mike D's question here, absolutely. Absolutely. And I know Josh I know Josh is gonna argue about CM Punk because he's as much of a Punk hater as he's a Russo hater, but Punk definitely checks all 4 boxes.
Thank you for reminding me
his
about
presentation, his promo ability, his crowd connectivity. For fuck's sake, the crowd was chanting CM Punk for how long after he left WWE?
Today, during Roman's match.
And then his in-ring ability, he doesn't call himself the best in the world because it's catchy.
Right.
At a point, he definitely was. I think Maddie needs to make up a bedtime story where the main characters are Vince Russo and CM Punk.
Dog, I could not come up with a fucking bedtime story off the top of my head to save my life.
Read him the lullaby, go to sleep, and send him off. There you go. That's what you do.
Have him read the lullaby, stay awake, because Josh should have watched his
yeah. Hey,
okay.
Okay, good. You give me all the reminders. I appreciate it. First of all, I'm going to surprise people today because
JJ!
Shush. Quiet, child. 2 things. I'm pretty sure it got stolen in the great garage robbery, but if it didn't, we need to find my new blood shirt because I am back on the Russo bandwagon after all these videos this last couple weeks. Getting on Tony Khan's ass, respectfully going at Triple H, and then just melt up like a Christmas tree. And if I can't find my old new blood shirt, I'm going to buy a new one. Anyway, for 2 reasons. 1, to support Russo, and 2, to have a ridiculous shirt with that cat's ass exploding vagina logo. Just say I have it back, because that shit was great. Anyway, the other thing is, Josh, before we acknowledge your super chat, it's already been acknowledged on screen. I'm sorry. Have you done your homework for the 18th yet regarding the movie?
I still have 2 weeks.
That's fair.
You're the worst student. You're procrastinating.
You know what?
Yes, I always procrastinate on my work. It's when I get my best work done.
How many college students crammed the night before?
Motherfucker, I looked up short story. That is an entire 10 pages.
Reread the super chat, Maddie.
Wide.
No, that is not what we agreed to. No.
Yeah, you're not getting the Speedo for $25.
Not
We're
on
not
this
doing
show
that to our
anyway.
viewers.
I haven't bought it because I didn't need it.
That's right, because the Broncos won.
Okay, to be fair, his
Damn
other
right.
channel doesn't have super chat capabilities, or I would be donating to them for.
No,
Maddie
you can just straight send me money, $ Maddie Laws.
Okay.
Oh my God, Jesus. Okay, we need not have knowledge of this information, Jay. Now our compost is to illicit behavior.
These stories are not short whatsoever.
Okay. So tell you what. Let's get Greg some viewers here. Greg shows the other during the week that just has no freaking rhyme or reason whatsoever.
That's fair.
Maddie will read Josh a bedtime story to send us off on the Greg Cherry Show Wednesday.
Sounds good to me because I'll be able to.
That gives him an opportunity to find something, read it a couple times so that he doesn't stumble over the words.
Oh, I'll stumble over them regardless.
Fair, but it gives you a few opportunities to proofread it. And then it's something for fans to tune into Greg for.
Yeah, and if Greg flat out vetoes it and says no, we'll just do it next week on the show. Like whatever. We got to do it next week anyway because it's a 1 week, and we ain't got a PLE to deal with this month. So.
I feel for Big G there. He's like, can we move the fuck on already?
Yeah, G's sitting here going, guys.
Like, dude, this is why I don't come on the show that often.
Right.
Off the fucking rails.
Okay.
She's like, I commented first. That was an hour ago.
Because Daddy's here. I fully admit I'm off the rails because Daddy showed up for the first time on here with me on here. So,
Big G, we're both here suffering. It'll be over eventually.
Yours won't be over until past Disney karaoke, Noah.
You don't get to say that phrase until you do your homework. You're not allowed to say Disney or karaoke until you watch that movie.
Oh, Disney karaoke.
Man of the marquee. Fuck off. Nope.
Here's a story. There once was a kid named Josh who believed everything he reads in the blog. Maddie is his daddy, and oh gosh, now fucking log off. That was a great
one. Do your thing, damn it.
In the words of Noah Foster, it's as simple as that.
James, do your thing.
Approve.
Yes.
Wow.
Now, if Josh is we've gone around the room here. So
Josh, go ahead, say your goodbyes. Tell people where they can find you if they actually want to look you up.
Yeah. Again, this is my gimmick, guys. It's my gimmick. He's my bro. We're cool. So you can follow me on the Twix at Walking Hymnal, Instagram, Mangram. Find me all across the Jeff Meacham multiverse of media for all the fun shenanigans I get up to, especially with beautiful Daddy Maddie, who I adore and love so much. Especially when he's covered in chocolate. So,
hey, Josh, you've got less than 2 weeks. You have to have that movie watched, and you're going to get quizzed Saturday afternoon before we go live for that show.
We'll see if I'm even home by then. I'm going to try and be back by 11, but I'm going to be busy all day that day.
Okay, but in the 2 weeks in between time, you let me know when you've watched it, and I'll give you a quiz on the spot.
Yes, Jeff.
That's right. And until then.
Shut the fuck up, Josh.
Fair enough. So I will see you guys all next time. Daddy, I will see you Wednesday. Love you guys. Oh, I love you, buddy. So much. So, love you guys. I'm somewhat sorry I put you all through this. Adios, and say it with me, Meacham.
Okay.
Fuck Bill Belichick!
If I'm going to say it with you, you got to make sure I can actually keep up, but that's okay. Joshua was sorry, not sorry.
Jesus. Okay.
That was an experience.
That happened.
That happened on the show with people watching, both on screen and in the chat room.
24 people watching.
I don't know where I got that from, but that was funnier than hell.
I'm here for it. It
All
works.
right. Well, while we try to gather ourselves after that. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we're going to give a little bit of love to Big G, who's been sitting here patiently throughout all of that.
God bless the man.
Hello, pals. Alyssa Marino here, and as a friend of Parker Kane Promotions, I am super excited to share the awesomeness that they've got in store for you this November at WrestleCade. You'll be seeing the world-traveling Capital Championship Wrestling Global Fighting Champ Rebecca J. Scott, a rising star who's been featured on Ladies Night Out, MCW, and more, the stunner Emily J., an internationally traveled talent who you've seen on NXT UK and Stardom, Angel of the Ring Zaya Brookside, and NWA World Women's Tag Team Champion Chicago's Sweetheart Missa Kate will also be appearing live. It's all going down WrestleCade weekend in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You can catch these stars brought to you by Parker Kane Promotions on Saturday, November 25th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And be sure to stick around for Ladies Night Out the following day on Sunday, November 26th. You can get your WrestleCade weekend tickets at WrestleCade.com.
And G, go ahead and talk for a minute about all these people that are going to be there, and then we'll let you do it again when you get your shills in later tonight, bro. You're muted.
All right. So I totally forgot to put Zaya Brookside up there, but we did add Maddie, the American Baddie, and the courageous one, Christina Marie, the current MCW Women's Champion.
Shelly Benson too, right? I don't remember seeing her in the trailer.
Who? Oh yeah, Shelly Benson. Yeah. We got that added too not too long ago. So we have a total of 8 females. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 7. So it'll be a fun weekend. Come down, support Parker Kane Promotions. My buddies are going to be in Minnesota next week, and as well for not a convention, but for a wrestling show, bringing somebody there too. So we're globally expanding around the U.S., trying to make our mark. So
cool. Support Parker Kane Promotions and support women's wrestling. Damn it. Right, Noah?
Right, but you both digress.
All right. So the next thing we're going to discuss, hopefully we won't get an hour and a half out of, because then we'll fucking be here forever. But thought it would be interesting with Full Gear right around the corner. We've been seeing these devil pop-ups here and there. First it was the attack on Jay White, and then it seems lately like it's been more in video form. After someone's cut a promo, the devil will appear on screen and then quickly get like a cutoff. I thought we should give a little bit of time here, dedicate towards some speculation. Who do we think the devil is? I've heard a couple of possibilities. I'm curious to see what people have to say about it. I'm going to throw one out there right out the gate that I think was something interesting that some people were pointing out this week. And then y'all can discuss that. And then if you definitely don't think it's that person, or if you've got some other shouts, we can run off some other names. Try not to sit here and name a laundry list. Try to only give 1 or 2 people. That way you don't take everybody else's pick. I just don't think it would be fair for me to throw to like Jeff and him list 25 names and then be like, go to G, and G's like, well, you just said everybody I was thinking. You know what I mean? So like 1 or 2 people, no more. But the thing that was pointed out was this week on Dynamite, they showed a Doja Cat video with a lot of the females in there. And when the words "she's the devil" came up, Britt Baker was shown on the screen making devil horns with her fingers. So somebody pointed out, what if it's not a guy? What if it's Britt Baker? And this is how they're going to reintroduce her on TV, because you figure she's been MIA for a minute. I don't think she got injured. I think she just kind of got weaved out of storylines. And maybe this is how they're going to introduce her. Noah, we're going to throw to you first because I know how much you love AEW. I'm sure you've got some great ideas on who the devil could be. And then it gets you done and you can go back to focusing on what you're focusing on for church tomorrow.
And in case you are wondering, what's Noah doing to look like he's frozen that whole time during that madness previously? I'm watching $25,000 Pyramid from 1982 as I make pyramid PowerPoints for church and other stuff too. That being said, Dick Clark forever. Yeah, it's a very interesting fight. Again, I've been saying it every time I look at AEW. I've been saying it AEW, said on even previous pay-per-views, I think. It's the devil you know versus the devil you don't. Now, I was thinking about two key names. One of them got fired. So at this point, I do go back to the fact that Adam Cole right now is no stranger to being the devil, and that is undisputed. And I do think that he still is heavily involved in this, despite the fact right now he needs surgery, which apparently is a legit injury. So Adam Cole is there with the first one that came to mind because I do think they are going to try and run back Adam Cole and MJF one last time because they've only had 2 matches. In most wrestling storytelling nowadays, it seems like things fall in trilogies. And why Britt Baker has been taking time off to focus on her DMD. Who's to say that's not a red herring? So first one out of the gate was definitely Adam Cole for me. The other one, this is just going out left field. It might be one of those that's like underwhelming, but it also could be long-term storytelling, especially since we're in California. Hollywood Jack Perry. At one point, MJF literally offered Jack Perry a spot at his side prior to Double or Nothing. Jack Perry had a chance to be AEW World Champion. He refused to use it. MJF capitalized. Jungle Boy Jack Perry, when he used to be that, says we are nothing alike. And then he went Hollywood, and I think it became more MJF-esque, if you know what I mean. Who's to say that Jack Perry isn't trying to pull off the same shtick that MJF did when he returned after calling Tony Khan an effing mark? So just thinking about that right now, and again, California. Right now, the key two for me, it's Adam Cole or Jack Perry based on connected history and storytelling. And I think either one of them could literally fit the mold and the body size of who's behind the devil's mask. So that's what I'm thinking right now, but let's see what your guys' minds are at.
Okay. Jeff, we'll go ahead and go to you, and then we'll just kind of rotate around the horn, G, Walter, Maddie, and then come up to me.
Back to Perry.
Yeah, my initial thoughts were Britt and Adam doing a double act. The comment Matthew Hostetter brought it up. I think it's 2 of them. You know, Adam makes the most sense, but you made a good point about Britt being unintentionally shown during that last segment. So I immediately gravitated toward Adam Cole, and I didn't even really think about Britt because I thought she was hurt. So the fact that she's not, hell of a way to reintroduce her back into the story. And then if she's a solid heel along with Adam, along with the Bullet Club Gold, which again, Adam was part of the Bullet Club. Let's not forget that. I think that when Jamie comes back, a freshly returned babyface Jamie Hayter versus a truly embracing the devil heel Britt Baker screams money. So I think it's Britt and Adam. And I think Jack's a bit of a long shot at this point because he's caused so much trouble. But, you know, as long as that chat from Manuel doesn't come to be and it's Tony Khan pointing a greater power McMahon bullshit, I'm good at this point. I really.
Okay. Big G.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to say. Jeff pretty much said everything I wanted to say.
Yeah, Jeff.
You know, I'm going back to one of my older gimmicks where I always agreed with Virtue. I'm agreeing with Jeff on this one. I mean, Britt. I mean, she was at the Pittsburgh game not too long ago against the Jags. Those damn Jag-offs.
Don't be a Jag.
I mean, she looked like perfectly. Like, I didn't really notice if she was injured, and then she's been posting on TikTok lately in her dentist office doing her dentistry and whatnot. And I mean, Adam Cole, I mean, I can see Adam Cole definitely being the devil as well. So simple as that.
Okay. Walter?
Yeah, I definitely can see it being Adam Cole. I mean, he's best friends with MJF right now, who would have access immediately to the locker room to get that mask, logically speaking. Then Adam Cole could just easily sneak in there. But I think it's also, who's the one in the wheelchair always screaming at him? Is that Roderick Strong?
Yes.
I think he probably healed already, and his neck is hurt, and that was him. And he's trying to do something to drive the descent because he's jealous of the MJF Adam Cole relationship. So it could be Roderick Strong as well.
Fair, but why would that fit into attacking Jay White? Because that was kind of where the devil first appeared.
Sacrificial lamb for now, I guess.
Possibly. Not a bad shout. Maddie.
Yes. I always thought from the very beginning it was Adam Cole. Even if he had that ankle injury, he could have, stood on it for just that little bit to do that one spot while the other people were beating Switchblade's ass.
Okay.
Never thought that, Britt Baker could be the one doing the stand-in job for the devil while that was all going on. But I like it. I like that idea. So I'm going to agree with the panel for the most part.
Okay, so it seems like everybody thinks that Adam Cole and Britt Baker are the ones kind of behind this thing.
I never thought it was David Finlay. So a lot of people also brought that up, and I never thought that's who it was.
See, and I was just going to get to that one because that's one of the other ones that was being heavily rumored, and even Safet mentioned it in the chat room, so I started. I don't really know the history. I don't follow New Japan, but from the reasoning behind what I read, the reasoning and the logic that the person I originally read David Finlay as a suspect put was the fact that it was David Finlay that kicked Jay White out of Bullet Club. And David Finlay said that there's only one true Bullet Club, that these offshoots don't exist. And you figure AEW, you've got the Elite, you've got Bullet Club Gold. Over in WWE, you've got the OC, which is a Bullet Club offshoot. Over in Impact, you've got the ABC. None of these other things exist. There's only one true Bullet Club. So the fact that Jay White is parading around as Bullet Club Gold and David Finlay already booted Jay White from the Bullet Club, that was the logic behind his theory then. And I was like, that sounds solid. Like, I don't know David Finlay from Joe Blow from Kokomo because I don't follow Japan, but it's some sound storytelling, and we know that Tony's got a working relationship with New Japan. So it's not out of the realm of possibility either. Yes, Jeff, you wanted to touch on the David Finlay point? Go ahead.
Yeah. This, if there's credence to this, this could really be the show, other than WWE, of course, that could open that forbidden door wide. If David Finlay is saying there's only one true Bullet Club, every single major company in this country has a Bullet Club offshoot. I'm not saying wait till freaking June to run the angle, but if it starts now at Full Gear, we could have a Bullet Club Civil War throughout the wrestling multiverse. And to have you, Noah, and hell, if NWA gets involved somehow, Walter and Dattila and everybody calling that, shit. I'll just watch the super chats flow in for that. Like, seriously, because the Bullet Club, while not as relevant as they were when they first debuted, I will grant that. The fact that there's still some semblance of a Bullet Club being pushed on AEW television, which is, as we agreed to, over on the ODQ review, for the most part, the number 2 company in the world, except for Aaron, who said New Japan. It's where the Bullet Club, the true Bullet Club exists. So if we're going to get a revitalization of the Bullet Club storyline, man, that would be. It would definitely be interesting television. I'd be captivated by it. I still stick with the fact that it's Adam and Britt, but if Adam is indeed behind it, and Jay White was a red herring, and Adam sides in with them and rejoins this Bullet Club offshoot, then we've got a possibility for David Finlay to go, excuse me. So,
Noah, I'm gonna ask you this because, as I said, don't know David Finlay, so I just Googled him very quickly to grab a picture. It just happens to PNG, so it'll just easily lay over all of us here. Because everyone's talking about his frame. Is that David Finlay?
That's David Finlay.
He does not have a huge frame.
No.
He very easily could be the frame of the devil. Because
And
you look at how small he is.
You think about the first time that Jay White got attacked by this mysterious devil, there were other accomplices with him, and I'm pretty sure I counted 4. And Bullet Club right now, War Dogs, literally is 4 people that David Finlay has basically recruited as his weapon. You have the driller, Dave Maloney, you have Clark Connors, you have Alex Coughlin, and you have Gabe Kidd. 3 people straight out of the LA dojo.
Out of the LA dojo? Where's Full Gear going to be?
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're going to be at the Fabulous Farm in Los Angeles because the New Japan Wrestling Dojo, of course. They talk about LA dojo. So there you go.
So I'm just saying, like.
And all those guys are the same size-ish.
Just something to think about. And then somebody else pointed out, and I think this is a true long shot, probably even longer than Britt being the devil. What if we've been punked all along and it's Phil Brooks?
That was the very first name.
Oh my God.
But that would be the ultimate back.
We all were led to believe that he was fired. And when did that attack happen? Not long after his termination.
Long after.
The only reason I would shoot that down is because there was a press release released by the company saying that Phil was fired.
Yeah.
Any other way he's exited from the company, I'm with you.
Yeah.
But and again, I know you're gonna give me that renegade side eye about that, and that's fine. Punk is that small, actually, King Mike. That's much bullshit. He is that size. He's actually smaller than David Finlay, I think, at this point. He really is.
You would be correct.
So
there we go.
The credibility of Tony, the perception of Tony Khan, if Phil did come back, would just be completely and utterly blown out of the water. And I say that because while the wrestling world is very divided, because a lot of people don't like Punk, a lot of people don't like the Elite. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to leave it at that and try to be a good boy. I'm trying real hard today.
I definitely don't want to go down the rabbit hole to Wonderland on that one. So let's keep it simple.
So at the end of the day, if Tony flat out fires him publicly, much like Paul Heyman did to Seth Wills years ago, and then brings him back with no other explanation than, it was all part of a story, he might as well hand the booking sheet over to somebody else and go back and play with his father in the Jaguars. I'm dead ass serious, because he will never be taken seriously by anybody with any business sense in wrestling ever again, because he flat out lied. And as I'm saying this, I'm thinking about the Pillman release from WCW, but Bischoff wasn't going to bring Bryan back once he did what he did, because he completely he worked everybody into a legitimate release, and that wasn't right of Bryan to do it. But I get why he wanted to. He wanted to work for Vince. Phil is the longest shot, but man, if it happens, it'll pop the form, and it'll piss me off that we're not there. That's for damn sure.
And then let me ask you this to piggyback on the Punk possibility here. Again, longer than long shot. Admitted myself, longer shot than Britt. When did the attacks first happen? Was it after the mass WWE firing? Could the other people be released WWE talent? Shelton Benjamin, Dolph Ziggler, Mustafa Ali, guys like that Punk is bringing in as his army.
Is it on Dynamite? The first attack?
I think so, yes. I am going to bring this up and acknowledge it just because if it does happen, we are going to get Walter to commit to it. 1 minute 55 seconds into this episode. If it is Punk, shit, I will shave my head bald.
Wow. It was, let's see, it was September 2023. The weekend before the Halloween convention, the last week of September. The releases were definitely after that.
Okay.
I think we lost G to Mimi's.
He was getting tired. It's all good. Thank you, G, for popping in. We greatly appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, appreciate you, Big G.
Sorry you couldn't have stayed around for the rest of the show. I know the first topic went longer than we wanted it to, but we do appreciate you being here. And Mike D, I agree Punk is WWE bound. It's just a talking point someone brought up. What did Punk say in one of his promos? The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
You convinced the world that he was fired. He no longer exists in the company. The greatest trick the devil ever did was convincing the world he didn't exist.
I know.
I'm just saying, like, again, I will reiterate, I think it's a longer shot than Britt Baker. But what if?
No.
Go ahead, Walter. I see your hand up.
You mentioned people like Mustafa Ali. You know, he is small like that. Like, what if? Well, that's a hell of a way to make a debut. He has nothing to do with nothing. Everybody's like, why would you be the devil? But it'll be an instant impact on a debut.
That's true. That's true. And then again, like I said, you got Dolph Ziggler. Figure Ryan Emmett is there. Shelton Benjamin, asset to any company. Great way to bring him in with some momentum. I still think that the best shot storyline wise is what I presented as far as David Finlay goes. And especially seeing what he looks like, his size, his build.
Yeah.
He very easily could be that.
I like it. Yep.
And again, it goes to long-term storytelling. What are your thoughts on the David Finlay aspect, Noah?
It's entirely possible. Like I said, you're in the home of the LA Dojo, and David Finlay believes that he is the one true Bullet Club. While Switchblade Jay White, of course, still says he's leader Bullet Club is still his era. And if Jay White somehow surprises the world and upsets MJF at the Fabulous Forum, he literally could be the one that confronts him first afterwards, and that's how you truly change the world. But with World's End around the corner and in MJF's hometown, I do think they're going to hold out on this Devil campaign a little longer, but I do see the Devil showing up at Full Gear, affecting the main event in some capacity. And I think more so it's going to affect Jay White than MJF at this point in storytelling. So we'll see.
Yes, to answer Matthew's question, the releases actually happened the same week the attack went down. So those 90 days are not going to be up by Full Gear. It's a good point.
As long as they stay masked, you don't know who they are.
Yep, you can elongate for another.
If you have the Devil reveal himself, and then the followers reveal themselves once the 90 days expires, you can't prove it was them until the reveal. They could have just been using local enhancement talent for those shows.
No, but some idiot in the back's gonna, run to the dirt sheets and get them in trouble because they suck. That's the only thing.
Because nothing can be a surprise anymore in the world of connective wrestling community.
Yeah, the big mass release date was September 21st. So at best, with October being a 31-day month, we're looking at December 30th or 29th.
Yes,
for these guys to be revealed on television.
Knowing Tony Khan and the way his big announcements aren't really big, He probably has no fucking clue where he's going with this, and they just booked this, and it's going to be as it goes along. It's going to be like 3 different people under the mask, and then one day he's just going to pull it and be like, "All right, we're going to reveal it. It's going to be you. Let's go." Like,
well, but again, you know, we've harped on Tony about making the same mistakes predecessors made. How many people are going to be the Black Scorpion before they went? Hell, just have Nate do it. How many
exactly
power? Okay, we'll just have Vince do it. You know, that's got to be me. That's good shit, pal. Again, it's. I like not knowing. I like being surprised. And again, if it is Punk at the Forum, after the last time I saw Punk at the Forum, I'm gonna have a fucking conniption. I'm about due for one anyway, for being honest. But you mentioned Ryan Nemeth. Happy birthday today, Ryan, by the way. So
there we go.
Yeah, little Dwayne. And I will say this about Tony. I will say this about Tony Khan. At least when it comes to the actual World Championship, he sticks pretty strong to its actual campaign.
No, I like the fact that the World Championship, even though the belt, the way it's being used, the belt itself is kind of silly.
Yeah.
This story this story and the matches being booked for this card have me sitting here going, God damn it. So, because I want to go like really bad, and I had an opportunity, but I want so much more to be sitting here in this chair with the Disney shenanigans that are approaching in 2 weeks. So
there you go.
And again,
well, speaking of Disney shenanigans,
yes.
I think we're going to take a moment. Going to take a little bit longer commercial, so if no one needs to go, grab him some Mountain Dew or something to help wake himself up.
No, I'm fine.
Gonna take a little bit of a longer commercial, and we're gonna take a look at 2 videos highlighting what is to come here across the multiverse of media when it comes to Noah's favorite events. No, not karaoke. I'm not ribbing him right now. The watch-alongs.
Ah.
All right. This actually pleases me. Damn it, JJ! Even my little JR agrees with me about sports entertainment. All the wrestling, all the wrestling, all the wrestling, all the wrestling, all the professional, damn it, wrestling, damn it, and sports entertainment.
I think Daniel said it best. Stupendous Noah is better than Timeless Tony Storm. And Stupendous Noah is definitely showcased better than Timeless Tony Storm. But I digress.
Well, again, we'll see what happens in the road to go come Hollywood after freaking Brennan and Hikaru Shida stopped that production, which is the most hilarious damn thing I've seen in a long time. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Well.
What's up, Jeff?
We will hear what he hears.
You're muted.
Yes, you're muted. Botch!
Okay. I'm hearing the background noise again. So, Walter, when you're not talking, please keep your please keep your mic muted, brother. I love you, but please keep it muted. Okay.
I haven't unmuted the whole time.
But you haven't been, though. That's the thing. You haven't been. Like, whenever I've heard that sound in the background, it's coming out of your thing, because when I hit mute, it goes away. So, don't know what's going on. But anyway.
Yeah, he said in the private chat, it's his dorm bell. It buzzes like the landlord was supposed to fix it days ago, and he hasn't seen the mofo ever since.
Well, then we need to go wherever he is and smack that guy around, clearly. Anyway, sorry. It's just like I'm noticing it. And I was trying to do it subtly in the chats, but I kept hearing it, and people are hearing it in the chat. Like, it's not just the doorbell; it's this constant. It's like this. It sounds like there's machinery going on in the background, is what it sounds like a computer fan or something. I don't know if it's that or what, but anyway. Yeah, there you go.
All right, JJ, what's next, brother?
Well, the next one is something that Jeff actually wanted to bring up and discuss and kind of spearhead. The nominations were presented recently for the NoDQ.com Hall of Fame. And he kind of wanted to go through and discuss some of these and what do we think of the nominations? Who do we think should be inducted? And who the fuck nominates some of this shit? Because me and Jeff were looking at some of these nominations and we're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So we'll start off with the male superstar category, and you'll kind of get a little bit of an idea of what we're talking about here. So nominated for male superstar. Honestly, this one isn't that bad. You got Triple H, Nature Boy Ric Flair, The Rock, Hulk Hogan, CM Punk, and Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
You know, Punk and Roman are still incredibly active. Well, we'll see where Punk lands if he lands, but at least for the better portion of this year, he's been active.
Yeah.
Active the last couple years, thanks to his AEW run. Roman is untouchable. But you would think if someone is going in the Hall of Fame, then they need to be retired.
Yeah.
And this one, like I said, isn't that bad because Roman is on the run of his fucking career. You can almost make an argument why he should be inducted during this run. I know a lot of people wish he'd lose the title already. That's neither here nor there. But with him being on the greatest run of the modern era since Hogan in the 80s, one could make an argument as to why he deserves to go in while on the run. Punk, had it been 3 years ago, prior to his return in AEW, you could kind of argue that Punk deserves it. Now that he's back and active again and fresh in people's minds, they almost overshadow the other four who are true Hall of Fame worthy legends, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing the No DQ galaxy, I think it's going to go to Roman. Looking at these 6 men, though, I think it should go to either Rocky or Flair, personally. Jeff, we'll go to you next since you were the one who kind of wanted to do this.
Yeah.
Who do you think the Galaxy will vote for? Who do you think should personally go in? From Jeff, you can then pass it over when you're done and throw it to Noah, and then Noah, you can throw it to Walter, and that's how we'll go in order for this one.
Okay. So again, I don't know if you want to have the screen be up there while we're talking the whole time, or if you want to like share screen it or whatever while we're talking, to however you want to do, brother. Again, Flair and Rock are definitely in the discussion, no doubt about it. I always think Hulk's in the discussion, but that's but because that's how I came into my fandom, was through Hogan. So and I know he's not exactly Mr. Popularity either right now. But I would pick one of the four that aren't Punk and Roman. As far as the No DQ Galaxy, they are so unpredictable these days. They really are, more than they ever have been, I think, because the world has changed in 25 years compared to when the site launched. I think the No DQ Galaxy, based on these six, will vote for either Triple H or The Rock.
Really?
I think that as much as I want to believe they'll do Punk just to be those guys and gals, same with Roman, I think that they definitely won't vote for Hogan or Flair. That won't be a thing. But I also think they're more divided on Punk than I'm believing, and the feedback on Roman, other than no DQ on air talent, has been getting more negative with each passing show, with each passing schmozzy finish. So I think that Aaron's audience will personally vote for either Triple H or The Rock in this particular case this year. Now, granted, I threw in the graphic of the past classes. The voting is definitely hodgy-podgy, or however the phrase is, because there's a lot of people that are already in that, much like WWE Hall of Fame, it's like they're in, but they didn't get voted in. Like, how, again, the question, how do these people get nominated? Again, these are people messaging Aaron who should be nominated, and then Aaron putting the vote out there, and then the fans vote, which is why this multiverse and the ODQ Galaxy recognize this Hall of Fame, because it is truly a fan vote. But I would think that Triple H, because of people's, for the most part, good feelings about creative, as Mike D is saying here, he will probably get the nod. If I have to narrow it down to one, they'll probably go with Hunter this year. Noah, what about you? What do you think?
I don't even buy into this voting nonsense, but let's see here. Well, I guess it really depends on how the audience really looks at the business nowadays, and with social media dictating pretty much how you feel about anybody more, since stuff is a secret or stuff is overkill into oblivion. For me, if I was voting, I think I probably will give it based on legacy, which the Hall of Fame should be about. Damn it. For me, I would pick The Rock or Triple H. For the Galaxy, though, depending on the fan base that either continuously follows No DQ or what No DQ might be growing into, it wouldn't surprise me if you have those people that vote for Roman because they're the more current generation. But if you have the long-standing community of No DQ, I could see it going also to either The Rock or Triple H. But personally, I think Rock or Triple H are the only two you look at out of these six.
Wow. All right. Mr. Cruz.
I think people are very much victims of what have you done for me lately in recenthood. So I think Roman's going to get the vote. But for me personally, I would vote for The Rock. Just legacy. Hall of Fame is legacy. Rock isn't really active. There's rumors of him coming back. We know Triple H, a medical condition prevents him from ever coming back, so he's officially retired. So I'm with Noah, either Triple H or The Rock, but I personally would vote for The Rock. So JJ.
Okay. I mean, I think the reason why I have the Galaxy pegged for Roman is because of Virtue on the reviews, if I'm being honest.
Yep.
A lot of people tune into the reviews. A lot of people subscribe to what Virtue says on those when it comes to Roman, it seems, including my own daughter.
Yes.
She acknowledges her tribal chief.
Always
the way that Josh acknowledges his daddy, Matty.
I don't think we're going to compare Natalie to that craziness, if we're being honest.
This foolish younger generation that will go to the next best thing since sliced bread when they're off their screen. Whatever. Generation C, my ass.
Looks like Walter bounced out.
I don't think he meant to.
I think his device probably disconnected on him. We've seen a reroll many a times with his internet.
It's been a reroll kind of night. So
I want to know. I've been watching Pyramid. Anyway.
I know.
So the female category.
Oh boy.
And this is the biggest what the fuck one for me.
What the? Go ahead, JJ. I'm going to just shut up.
So you've got Victoria, Sable, Charlotte Flair, Paige, Saraya, whatever you want to call her, Bailey, and Mommy. And I mean, again, if this was a year ago, I wouldn't really fight about Paige. We thought she was done.
Correct.
But Charlotte, Bailey, and Rhea should not be even sniffing a Hall of Fame, if we're being honest.
Absolutely correct.
Okay, Walter is back.
There's only one choice on this screen, damn it.
Well, I will argue you in that one. I feel like it does come down to Sable in the argument also, because Sable took what Sunny started and elevated to where Trish took the ball and ran it for fucking a huge touchdown.
Yep.
Sable was that bridge between Sunny and Trish. Sable and Jacqueline are the reason why the women's title was resurrected in the first place. Sable was the first woman to do Playboy and get that mainstream exposure for WWE. Sable did a lot that she doesn't get credit for because of lawsuits and attitude. Victoria, love me some Lisa Marie Varon. You will never hear me say an ill word about that woman.
As you shouldn't, damn it.
So for me, it comes down to either one of those two. But again, much like Walter mentioned with the what have you done for me lately attitude, there's a reason why Mommy is always on top. And I think the Galaxy will vote for either her or, and let me see if I have a barf bag near me, Charlotte Flair.
Do I need to even say it? Do I even need to say anything else? You hit the damn nail on the head. The only one that deserves the choice, if you actually understand what Hall of Fame fucking means, is Victoria. But you do make a pleasing argument about Sable that I will actually contend with. But again, Sable, she did her thing in TNA. She definitely broke the mold of divas when she came into WWE during their Bischoff run of Monday Night Raw. Lisa Marie was always one of those standouts for me before AJ Lee came in and took divas for a run for their money and Chuck Taylor's. As far as current generation, whether you look at wrestling or you are foolish, weak-minded, make up fake virtual games and fan fictions in a dark room on your own time, or believe what certain people say about a certain individual's appeal for a different reason. It wouldn't surprise me not one iota if they picked Charlotte Flair, Rhea Ripley. I'm sorry, Saraya and Bailey, not sorry. Neither one of them don't belong in this class or in this choice.
Walter?
For me, I would personally pick Victoria. We went into it last week about was it last week when I threw out the impromptu topic of people who are underappreciated? And most you mentioned, I think it was you, JJ, that brought up Victoria. So it's her for me personally, but I think, like we said, with the what have you done for me lately, it's either going to be Rhea or Charlotte that the actual Galaxy votes for. But for me, it's Victoria. It's like how there's more points for her than against her. Like, how could you not appreciate everything she's done in the diva era where everybody was all about how pretty people are and this, that? She was a wrestler and she got down and dirty and did what she was supposed to do. And that Widow Peak was an awesome move that is still copied and used today. So Victoria gets my vote, but I think the No DQ will vote for Rhea or Charlotte.
All right, Professor, take us home on this one.
Oh, Lord. I definitely would vote for Victoria or Sable, if I'm being honest. And I think in terms of name and notoriety in the business, Sable gets the slight, and I mean slight. Not I love Lisa to pieces. Just throwing it out there. I would have said the Galaxy would vote for Rhea because of current standing or whatever, or even Charlotte, but just because to throw a monkey in the a wrench in the works, if you will. But I think they'll take a different stance at this point. So far, they are, and I'll leave it at that. I did go back and look at the results where they're at so far with no DQ. Only one category is going the way you and I thought it would, JJ, and it's the last one. Everything else is voting actually makes sense. Believe it or not.
That's a first.
At least right now.
In wrestling.
Logic on NoDQ.com. Coverage of wrestling. That's the scariest part.
What the fuck is 2023?
But yeah, my personal choice of this, and again, known Charlotte Flair fan, will walk down the aisle wooing till I'm blue in the face. No reason for her to be on here at this stage of her career. Certainly not Rhea. Yeah, she's a champion. She's always on top. What the hell has she done for me lately since WrestleMania? Except just be there and exist.
Well,
just
she
saying.
defeated 5 women tonight.
And today was the first day since she defeated Charlotte that her reign actually has prominence for me. Now, sure. As far as Saraya, again.
Put your hand down, Walter. I see you.
Yeah. We did this vote a year ago. Saraya gets the nod because, again, she'd already been retired long enough where it wasn't like a jump thing, like with Eddie or with Edge or whatever. So, and then who's the other one?
Bailey.
Again, they're still so young in the business. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Walter. Thank you for being patient.
No problem. I was just going to say with Rhea, anyone under 30 and Saraya for that matter should not be considered for the Hall of Fame unless an injury bar really made them have to retire and force them. But if you're active and under 30, you shouldn't be considered for no Hall of Fame. I'm sorry.
Don't be. That's what Hall of Fame should be looked as.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. All right, so the next one we're going to do is tag team or faction. And I take a little bit of pride in this one because I fixed the image.
You did. Much appreciated.
So when it comes to tag team faction, you've got the Shield, Evolution, the New Day, the Dudley Boys Team 3D, the Bloodline, and the Elite. And just for the record, the way I fixed it is Jeff had only put the logo of the Elite there, and I actually found a picture of the 4 of them and replaced the logo with the group of them there.
You did. Masterfully done.
So those are your nominations for tag team faction. Now, for me, I don't see how you go against the Dudley Boys.
Accurate.
Agreed.
WCW, WWF, WWE, ECW, New Japan, Impact Wrestling, NWA, tag team champions every fucking where they went. My solid second place goes to Evolution because the stable was about the past, the present, and the future.
Yep.
And with the exception of Randy Orton, who is now on injury, maybe coming back from injured, could be worse than we thought, could be better than he thought. We're hearing rumors that he's at the PC getting ready for a return. Whatever. He's the only one that's even still active if he returns from this group. Flair was the past, retired, came back, retired, came back. Now in AEW for long term. As long as he doesn't step in the ring again, God damn it, let's just leave him where he is.
Don't put that on the ether.
It already is, brother, and we know this. Triple H left his boots in the ring the other day, a year or so ago, whatever it was, after the heart attack, after the pacemaker. Triple H, who was the present, is done. Batista, one of the futures, stepped away, retired. He's supposed to be going in the WWE Hall of Fame, didn't because of COVID. Still hasn't because he's bitch ass Dave Batista. That's neither here nor there. Randy Orton is Randy Orton is Randy Orton. He was the true future. He was the legend killer. He's the 14-time champion. Still has the possibility to surpass Nature's record. In my opinion, should be the only one in the conversation to do it. No disrespect to John Cena. He was hand-picked to be the future of the business by Flair and Hunter himself. That's the argument. You want to fight me on it? There's the reasoning.
No lies detected.
Unfortunately, I have a feeling that the Galaxy's going to give it to the Bloodline.
Boo.
Yeah.
The most compelling story in the last 3 years, whether you like it or you don't, in the words of Ric Flair and the Horsemen, it's the best thing going.
Yep.
But for me, it's the Dudleys with a close second going to Evolution. Then I would probably go to the New Day for their longevity, then the Shield, and then the Bloodline, and then the Elite last. But we all know my personal feelings about the Elite. Fuck them. Walter, we'll go to you next. And then when you're done with your thing, throw it over to Noah. Let him know to go, and then Noah throw it to Jeff.
Okay, first of all, the fact that the Elite are up here is Elite bullshit. Fuck the Elite. They shouldn't be anywhere in here. Sorry, not sorry. So for the Shield, they made an impact for who they were, but I don't think they were together long enough to say as a faction it should be Hall of Fame. That's just my opinion. They all went their separate ways, and they kind of got ruined when Seth went heel. I see why they did it, but I just don't get it. New Day has longevity. I get it, but they grew over the years. They grew stale for me. I'm with you. You can't vote against the Dudleys. Dudleys made an impact wherever they go. You think about tag team wrestling, you think of the Dudley Boys. You think of the Hardys, the Dudleys, and Edge and Christian from back in the WWE. If you were a fan in them early years, they redefined what tag team wrestling is. So you got to go with the Dudleys. And like you said, a close second is the Evolution. And if Randy Orton was completely done, they might go in next year to me. But with the fact that you got the Dudleys and Evolution in the same category, me personally, I got to go with the Dudleys. But like you said, I think the vote is going to go for the Bloodline because I keep saying it. It's a what have you done for me lately? And I don't think the Bloodline qualifies because the end game hasn't hit yet. We didn't see the full arc. We don't know where it's completely going. We have to wait till it finishes to be able to grade the entire story. Yes, it's the greatest story, but for them as a faction, we got to see where they're going to go completely. Like, let the arc hit its peak and go back down, and then collectively together we can go, okay, how was their entire run, not just each step. So yeah, I think they got to complete it first.
That's a fair assessment, if I may, real quick. I think as long as they don't Vince McMahon higher power it at this point, then we're good.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And you said to throw it to Noah, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Noah.
To your point, Walter, the Shield blasted onto the scene in WWE tail end of 2012 and were the dominant must-see-it trio through the better part of 2016. Then there was the fallout of brand split, actually mattered at the time, not brand split LOL in 2023, where Dean Ambrose became WWE champion, from Reigns to Seth Rollins. They continued duking it out and being the faces of Monday Night Raw, while all three men continued to own this business. So I definitely don't give it to them because they're all still very active. Bloodline, fuck that. No way. Doesn't need to be here. Hall of Fame's about legacy. Their legacy is only 3 years old. Get over yourself, Generation Z. I definitely agree with y'all when it comes to legacy, history, trailblazing tag team wrestling. Definitely goes to the Dudleys. You literally named the resume verbatim very well, JJ. I'm proud of you. If it wasn't for the Dudleys, you don't have Extreme. You don't have tag team wrestling. You don't talk about tag team wrestling. You could name how many teams have channeled some form of spirit, competition, in-ring athleticism, and dynamics and shenanigans without tables or with tables. The Dudleys are right there at the top. The Dudleys deserve it. They get my vote. And basically, the New Day, yes, they were the second longest reigning modern era probably tag team, maybe combined days, surpassing the Usos in combined days for tag team wrestling. And Big E, future's unknown for him. I wish him all the best. But even then, yeah, the New Day's been around longer than the Shield as a unit, blah, blah, blah. They became 10-time tag team champions than they did in WWE. So I don't give it to them either. I do think, to your point, though, in this current generation of current activity, more often if you're active versus if you're actually done, forget about history, they'll probably vote for the Bloodline. Bleh. But it definitely goes to the Dudleys, and I think Evolution is a rightful second because Randy Orton's future still is unknown. It is not finished. But again, what is a Hall of Fame? It honors the past. It appreciates what you might be doing to improve the present. And we look towards these type of acts to define the future. Evolution is truly simple as that. But for me, it goes to the Dudleys. Second, Evolution. The guys, they'll probably vote for the Bloodline. What the fuck ever.
Oh, Lord. You know, talking with JJ the other day about this before we brought it up to the group, I was solidly with an Evolution vote. But, man, when I first became a fan, the Road Warriors were the end-all be-all tag team. They had been champions in the AWA and the NWA, and then they became WWF Tag Team Champions just under a year into my fandom. They held those titles twice. And the Dudleys, 23 tag team champions.
Yep.
Different 23 tag team championship reigns between every company they worked for. ECW, WCW under the WWF umbrella, both versions of the WWE tag titles that were there when they were there. The NWA tag team champions in TNA, the inaugural TNA World Tag Team Champions, which is now the Impact titles, of course.
Correct.
They've done it all. So it's very hard to vote against Bubba and Devon, excuse me. So that's my vote. Evolution does get a close second. There's a reason that the Elite weren't acknowledged by Noah, and I'm, again, personal feelings aside, yes, they have done amazingly well championship accomplishment wise. And Kenny Omega is the reason that Dave Meltzer walks funny now with his star system, for being honest. But they've been a true faction, a group for less than just a few years, really. And their longevity has not been proven outside of companies they've run.
Exactly.
They did the gimmick in New Japan, and now they don't. The Bucks had a cup of coffee probably not even a cup of coffee. They were carrying that short of time in Impact, and then they were extras on WWE television. Kenny Omega was in the WWE developmental system, but their proven longevity as a stable has not been proven to me yet. I would say the Dudleys or Evolution should get the top vote.
I will say this, since I seem to be the person who spoke the longest about the Elite, for what that's worth. If they were nominated as the Bullet Club, it would be a different story.
Fair.
Being nominated as the Elite comes with the stigma that goes back to Brawl Out.
Yep.
But if those four were nominated as the Bullet Club, completely different argument from me. Just like there was a specific iteration of the Horsemen that win the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Just like there was a specific iteration of the New World Order that win the Hall of Fame. Just like there was a specific iteration of Degeneration X that win the Hall of Fame. They're nominated as the Bullet Club, that iteration. I wouldn't argue about it. I wouldn't shit on them the way I do. As the Elite, then go fuck themselves.
Well, again, the Bucks and Omega, they've been rolling together as the Elite for the better part of 7 years in Bullet Club's 10-year history, and him and that Page came along the way, endorsed by Cody Rhodes towards the, I think, tail end of 2016. So again, totally different legacy and timelines to your point, but that's what the Hall of Fame should be about, legacy. There's no longer legacy in tag team wrestling in that pool than the Dudleys.
But to counterpoint, Noah, what will the Elite's ultimate legacy be after Brawlout?
Yeah.
Championship glory, 5-star matches, or this boo shit with Punk?
Oh, political bullshit. Simple as that.
Spoiled brat bitches that use their political gain for political backstage power for gain. That's what they're gonna. Yeah. That's their legacy.
That okay. Here we go with the hate tweets coming to me. I don't give a shit at this point. Chris Benoit should be on a nomination thing for this Hall of Fame before CM Punk or the Elite.
Damn.
I can't argue
you on that. I can't argue you on that.
No.
I know you can't, but the people will, and that's fine. I welcome it because it's true.
Sensitivity.
Ultimate legacy, notwithstanding for anybody, Hall of Fame should be about, as Noah said, legacy in this business. I don't think the people can separate any of the people, be it Benoit, be it Punk, be it the Elite, from the personal outside of the ring bullshit, and that's my point.
And again, without social media, I think it would be a whole different story for this business.
Well, when you think about when the Hall of Fame for WWE was brought back into the fandom, 2004, when social media was just really starting to really bubble over. You think about the NWA Hall of Fame becoming a thing. You think about Meltzer's Hall of Fame, which is recognized by so many people as the Wrestling Hall of Fame.
I don't even know.
And it's like that's like exactly. That's a small group of people that he keeps in his and people that read his nonsense. So I just, again, of that group of 6, it's got to be the Dudleys or Evolution, and then I'll even throw the New Day in there because while they are still active, I think that their accomplishment of surpassing Demolition, much like Gunther surpassing Walter, or Gunther surpassing Honky Tonk, we'll put him in talks sooner rather than later.
Oh, here you go, JJ. You can finally use that graphic. Botch.
I'm too far away from it right now.
Don't worry about it.
We can edit it in post.
Yes,
Walter.
Yeah, now the more we're talking about Hall of Fame, WWE really needs a physical Hall of Fame, man. Whether it's in Stamford, Connecticut, LA, whatever you do, you got to do a physical Hall of Fame and enshrine everybody, man.
Maybe this thing
like you really got to do it.
That.
Yeah,
I mean,
every other sport has a physical Hall of Fame. You got to do it. And for me personally, to get back to that, I would have took the Elite out and put the Hardys in there.
Well, the Hardys are already in.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. The Hardys are already. So Edge and Christian,
they're also
already in.
They went in last year.
That's everybody that's already in there.
There you go. See, I'm a helper visual aid guy. That's the class so far. That's everybody. And again, the Hart Foundation
went in 2021. Edge and Christian went into 2022. You got to wrap up the trilogy and put the Dudleys in 2023. It just
there you go.
That's a valid point. That's a valid point.
There's my argument. Now we go to non-wrestler, and here's where it gets really fun, I think.
Oh boy. Don't forgive me.
So you got Jim Johnston.
Oh, wow.
Howard Finkel. Renee Paquette.
Hey.
Tony Schiavone. Tony Khan.
Oh, shit.
And Joey Styles.
Oh, my God!
Here we go, kids.
Now.
Uh-oh.
I'm not even going to go down the rabbit hole. I'm going to just immediately throw Renee Paquette and Tony Khan out of here.
Agree.
Renee Paquette is still a baby in the business. Tony Khan, after his announcement on Wednesday, I don't think he can even spell Hall of Fame, if we're being honest.
Before you continue, JJ, I just want to please clarify this for my brain. Mm-hmm. The fans voted on this being a choice, correct?
Yes.
It's my understanding that people submitted the nominations to Aaron for Aaron to put the vote up for the 6 choices. Either way, the fans are voting across the board.
The fans are fucking stupid.
Now, for me, when it comes to this, Finkel, I love the man. I take nothing away from Finkel, his legacy, and especially his brain and his knowledge on wrestling while he was alive. But I think he should be saved for deceased wrestler category instead of non-wrestler personally.
Because he did have a few matches. Totally, yeah, that classifies as wrestler.
That's true.
That's fair.
Jim Johnston defined an era of theme music that cannot be duplicated, an era that I sorely miss.
Amen to that, brother.
But I don't think he has to go in this year. For me, it goes down to Joey Styles and Tony Schiavone. And Joey Styles, he's the man that I always compare you to, Noah, because he was able to carry commentary on his own. He did not need a color man to get anything over. He was able to get shit over and tell you the move 5 different ways that you could call it, and just was brilliant on the headset.
Ah, you're nice.
Chat room, if I'm lying, tell me I'm lying. If I'm telling the truth, put your 1 finger emojis in the air and acknowledge this man. For me, it comes to Tony Schiavone. He's the one with the legacy in this category.
Damn right.
He's the one that hasn't gotten the just due. He's the one that goes back to Crockett before World Championship Wrestling, and who is still an integral part of All Elite Wrestling today. Tony Schiavone takes it for me. I'm not sure who the Galaxy will vote for, though, in this one. I think it'll go to Schiavone unless they give it to Renee just because she's a hot blonde. Then again, the no DQ Galaxy could totally troll the fuck out of us and give it to Tony Khan.
And in this day and age of social media, Rick rolling still a thing. Bullshit. I think you hit the nail on the head.
Darren G acknowledges you, Noah.
There you go.
Nathan acknowledges you.
All right, y'all are nice. I appreciate it. It's about wrestling at the end of the day.
Jeff, go ahead and you take it for this one, and then pass it to Walter, and then Walter pass it to Noah, please.
Well, I will first off say the current vote getting restores your faith in humanity, JJ, but I'll leave it at that as to actually getting the top vote. The person with the least amount of votes is the curly-haired cornball. As far as my pick, again, I had my pick when we our discussion, but you have swayed me today like you swayed me the other day. This is Tony Schiavone's 40th year in the business.
That's insane.
He debuted just before Stargate. Matter of fact, he was part of the big press conference thing that the NWA had to announce the site for Jim Crockett's Starcade. So, and he was at Ric Flair's house when they announced that he and Harley were to go into the cage in the main event on Thanksgiving Day. Tony's been a part of wrestling that long. Granted, we had a lot less Tony Schiavone between 2001 and 2019, unfortunately, other than unless you're a fan of the Conrad podcast, which I unashamedly subscribe to. Tony Schiavone is definitely my vote. A solid runner-up for me would be the Fink, honestly.
Okay. Throw it to Walter. Go ahead, Walter.
I was reading the comment real quick. And King Mike, if Tony thinks I'm hurting him, he can go fuck himself. Go ahead, Walter. Tony Khan, by the way. Well, let me some Schiavone. Pronouns, pal.
Tony gets my vote for douchebag of the year. That douchebag Hall of Fame, maybe. Then he could be number one. So we can eliminate that one. Renee, I think Renee barely has a foot in the water in terms of everything she's going to do in her career. So that just automatically disqualifies for me. She's barely got the foot in the water. She's got plenty of years ahead of her, hopefully. And she's good for what she's doing so far. So then it comes down to Joey
Joey Styles, you're right.
Joey Styles, Tony, Fink, and Jim Johnson. Now, Jim Johnson is music. Like the other three are like announcers / commentator. So, like the music, Jim Johnson created the damn Undertaker's music. Like he will always be in my Hall of Fame for that. Everybody knows how big of an Undertaker person I am. But I just don't think he should get it this year. He should be in the WWE's actual Hall of Fame. Like how that man is not in there is beyond me. So I'll eliminate Jim Johnson there. So now it's The Fiend is iconic. The way he announced, I used to pretend to be him when I was little and make all the announcements. And he was he used to be the one that said, and once again, he never says the new like when somebody won it who repeated it, he was always in once again. He always had that iconic, like you hear it in video games, everything. It's just, but I'm with you guys. Tony Schiavone has put so much effort in it. It's a 40. When you said that, he's been in this business for as long as you and I have been alive. That's
exactly.
Crazy. He's been in this since as long as you and I have been alive, Jeff. That's ridiculous.
Yep. I was just a baby when the first arcade went down.
Exactly, and then JJ is only like 7. Like this is crazy, and Noah wasn't even thought of. You were so this is crazy. Like you got to give it. Tony, he was WCW. He was everything he's done. You got to give it to. It's like I can and then Joey's a close second. He had the "oh my god" as a catchphrase. He put passion in it, and the way he quit, like, quote unquote storyline, the way he quit on Raw was freaking awesome. That last promo he gave, that's Hall of Fame worthy right now. That was some good shit, pal. So
I am so sick to death of boogers and feces and our chairman's fault. It's like, yes, Joey, say all the things.
Because it's how he felt, man. That's iconic.
And he was right at the time, damn it.
God.
He's right to this day. It's still the same shit. Right. So, yeah, I give it to Tony. So, it's on you now, Noah.
All right. Well, first off, let me just go ahead and say it one more time because you did drop his name. Oh, my God! That being said, yeah, let's be honest here. Non-wrestler. What constitutes as non-wrestler? Somebody that has not gotten involved in the ring or really hasn't given something to a wrestling level capacity. I do think Jim Johnson and the legacy he left on the wrestling industry with bringing out personality, a generation, and a theme, a feeling unmatched and never to be matched again. He does deserve this, but I don't think it's going to be his time right now. Not at least along this class. JJ, you and I are starting our journey to 40, and every WrestleMania so far, who is right there at the center of the ring? The Think. There will never be an announcer like him or a personality with that knowledge and passion the same way, in my opinion. And I rival that up to against the likes of Tony Schimmel and Lillian Garcia. You look at this board, Renee Paquette is just beginning, all right? She has so much ahead for her, and she is nowhere near her peak. I can't wait to see what the business does for her going forward. She and Kathy Kelly are going to be legends, in my opinion, and they're just starting. Should not be on this board. I say it once, I say it again. Hall of Fame is about honoring legacy, appreciating history, those that led the way, and looking towards those that might lead the future. Renee leads the future. Joey Styles, one-of-a-kind announcer, one-of-a-kind commentator, one-of-a-kind MC, one-man booth. For being here quite literally. And yeah, I guess I've done that myself, but I just do this for fun. I'm not even a licensed journalist. But I got to give it to the guy I've been knowing since my fandom. And truly, again, Jeff, wow, you literally said 40 years. And I've only known this guy across 4 different companies and once listened to a little bit of his podcast. It's Tony Schiavone. The fact this guy is still giving back to the business in a commentary capacity, a producer compassion. Let's be honest here. If Tony Schiavone was not part of AEW, the presentation of the current product would fall much more heavily flat. He is the glue, I think, that holds Tony Khan together. Without Tony Schiavone, AEW goes belly up, in my opinion. So just, again, the fact that he also has his passion still And the fact that he wants to even be the play-by-play guy on commentary now, on Collision, but he still gives Kevin Kelly and Nigel McGuinness that rub. And of course, nothing warms my heart more than seeing him work together with good old JR Jim Ross, my voice of pro wrestling. For me, I give it to Tony Schiavone, but I do think the fans, especially in the day where they're more immature than even the dumbest people on TikTok, I think for trolling's sake, they might literally vote for curly haired madman Tony Khan. But I really hope that Tony Schiavone gets to the end of the day. And Jeff, you were saying that my faith in humanity and Jay's faith in humanity should be still intact based on the current vote right now. Sounds like they're in the right direction. But if it's not Tony Schiavone, then I'm going to say they give it to the Fink.
Then your faith is justified for the moment, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
Good.
I mean, if the no DQ Galaxy keeps down the path that they seem to have been going with some of these nominations, and her popularity seems to continue to maintain and even grow over the next 12 months, mark my words, next year Samantha Irvin's being nominated in this category.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
sake.
Now, you know what? If anybody active, you know, in the non-category, she has been so impressive in this last year.
I won't deny that.
But yeah, Hall of again. I've never been a fan of a Hall of Famer being active.
Same.
Did Dad and I go watch Flair? We knew he was gonna retire the next day. Like, no kidding. Like, come on. Oh, well, supposed to. Anyway, we call there's a call in the archives that bullshits that one. But anyway,
right.
You know. And by the way, Noah, you said you didn't know. Flair has said he's had a doctor clear him to take bumps. Just throwing it out there. Could be a thing. And there go. Yeah. Exactly.
Yes,
but
the only active Hall of Fame I agree with is Ray. The fact that he's active, but they put him in the Hall of Fame, I can actually still kind of agree with that because he has a legacy.
Well,
but
he has a legacy,
at the same time, I would have waited.
Yeah, he has a legacy, but Dom should have beat him the next night, and that should have been the end of it. He should not still be going, 8 months later, having a United States Championship run that should have gone to Santos Escobar.
I mean, to be fair, Rey Mysterio is active, but his original knees for when he made his career aren't active. So that's probably why he got a Hall of Fame induction, because his knees are like 25.
His knees were the ones that were inducted in the Hall of Fame. Got it.
That's right. He actually put the knees back on and hobbled up to the Hall of Fame stage and got that's why.
Fair enough.
I'm guessing.
All right, so
all right.
Let's do the last category here.
Yes.
What is it?
Deceased superstar.
Yes.
Oh no.
Roddy Piper, Brian Pillman, Dusty Rhodes, baby.
Yes.
Yokozuna, Bray Wyatt, and Kurt Hennig. Now, you look at this, and realistically speaking, it should be any of the four in the corners. You could make massive arguments for any one of them.
Yes.
Dusty, not just for his Hall of Fame career, but for how integral he was for Noah's NXT.
And the business, damn it.
Mr. Perfect for just being simply perfect.
He was what he was.
The hot rod, you would not have pipe bombs being dropped if it wasn't for Roddy Piper.
CM Punk wasn't even a fetus before the hot rod made pipe bomb a thing.
Yokozuna, legendary member of the Anoa'i family, Rodney Anoa'i.
Yep.
However, it's going to go to either of the two men in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Realistically, it's going to go to Bray because he just passed away this year, and it was tragic, and it was a shock, and that's what the public does. I've seen so many people on social media saying Bray Wyatt needs to go in the Hall of Fame next year. No, the fuck he doesn't.
No.
God damn, let the body get cold before you go throwing him in the Hall of Fame. And Brian Pillman, hold on. I'm going to take this down. I'm going to give me a solo shot.
Uh-oh.
Brian Pillman is only in contention because his son just fucking debuted on NXT.
Damn.
Stop me when I'm telling lies.
No lies detected. Continue.
Those are the two that are going to be the biggest vote getters. I think the Galaxy is going to put Bray in. I don't agree with the decision. But at the same time, people can call me a hypocrite for thinking that Eddie was deserving to go in when he went in. The difference was Eddie Guerrero had a legacy behind him when he went in the Hall of Fame, having performed for Japan, Mexico, ECW, WCW, WWE. Bray Wyatt is a WWE engine creation. That's the difference. Whoever wants to pick up the mic now that I've dropped it can go ahead.
I got it.
Jeff, go ahead and just start this ball.
Okay, so first of all, I will completely throw the Galaxy under the bus, but only with Bray, surprisingly enough. Brian actually has the least amount of votes, believe it or not, JJ.
I figured he would be, but that's the only reason he's even in contention.
Yeah.
That was my point.
Yeah.
And that's probably accurate.
Yeah, right now, Bray, while not having a majority, has the most. Now, I disagree with, not with the reason Brian's in here this year, but I disagree with him having a place in the Hall of Fame because he definitely deserves a solo induction. Yes, he's part of the Hart Foundation that went in 2019, I think they got inducted in the NoDQ Hall of Fame. I don't have the graphic in front of me, so I don't know for sure, but it was definitely not the first or second class. But I think Brian's on his own. You know, Brian. Okay, so
It was 2019. You're right.
2019.
Right. I don't know why when I hear 2319, I keep thinking of the Monsters Inc. 2319 because it's not the same, but I keep thinking that. Anyway, 2 more weeks now. I would say, again, Bray's going to get it this year from the Galaxy. There's no dancing around it. I agree with the corners being my personal choices would be the top 2 corners, Roddy or Dusty. Dusty for glaringly biased personal reasons, just on this platform and the NoDQ platform alone, let alone what Dusty's done for damn near everybody that's come after him. And God, Roddy, I love Roddy. Just such an amazing personality. So for me, it'd be Dusty or Roddy. If it was a Jeff Meacham Hall of Fame and Jeff Meacham made all the votes, the order would be Dusty, Roddy, Perfect, Yoko, Brian, Bray.
And I'd probably agree with your listing, except for flipping Piper with Dusty.
But of course, and that's how I feel it should be, because you and I are the Hogan and Piper. It's just the way it is, brother. So yeah, Dusty for me, like anybody but Bray. This year, and I'm not saying when number 10 is not a Hall of Fame human being. I'm sure he was. And if you talk to the birthday girl we're going to shout out later, he definitely was. Okay? But just not this year, man. It's knee-jerk.
Yeah.
So
I agree. And to the point that you made a moment ago, I don't disagree that Pillman deserves a solo induction. I completely agree.
Yeah, okay.
My point of contention is he's only there because his son just debuted on NXT, and it's a hot button topic.
Agreed. I agree.
Notice the entire time he was in AEW, to my knowledge, he wasn't nominated. I could be wrong. But now that he is in WWE and he's denouncing his family name.
Yes.
It's a talking point again because of how much he looks and sounds like his daddy.
No, I agree.
And really quickly, while you look that up, before you pass the mic to Noah or Walter, whoever you want to, there is a $2 super chat just for you. since you weren't there when Emmanuel asked this the last time, you can only pick Perfect or Owen to get a world title run. Who do you pick?
Owen, because Perfect had one in the AWA. Loopholes are a friend. Truthfully, Perfect in WWE, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
By the way,
I don't think Emmanuel would have known about the AWA run, so.
I know.
And
I'm being
as
smart.
much of a supporter as he is, we need to not be a smart ass to him on that one. But
yeah, I'm sorry. Lord, I apologize. And Emmanuel, I apologize too. For the record, JJ, Pillman was actually up in this category last year too.
Okay.
And he got at least amount of votes again last year too. So, I mean, Scott Hall won because Scott Hall just passed last year. So, you know. So Roddy, Dusty, and Perfect have been in this category before. Last year, and I can't see the previous votes, but last year, all three of them were up for nomination. Roddy, and Dusty and Brian.
Okay.
And Perfect. Yeah. So the four besides Bray and Yoko were up in this category last year. So
throw it to whoever you want to.
Oh, that's right. I'm doing this wrong. I forgot about that. I apologize. Walter, go ahead, brother.
All right. All due respect to Wyatt, but we know he's only here because it's fresh in people's heart and mind that he just passed away. So to me, that just disqualifies him automatically. So I can't pick him. I'm agreeing with JJ. Brian Pillman wasn't a fucking thought in anybody's head until his son just showed up on NXT. And that's the only reason people started thinking about him. That's the only reason why he's here. No disrespect to him and what he's done in his career, but nobody had this man in their head until his son just became a thing. So you can at me all you want, but you know, I'm not lying at all.
No.
Now it comes to the corners. Yoko, if it wasn't for him, would we have the bloodline the way we have it now? Would we have Roman? Would we have all these people that we have? The Anoa'i family is so long and so stressed that over the years it's stretched out to so many people. It reached out to so many people. Will we even have The Rock kind of at the tail end of Yoko. When did Yoko pass? 97 or 96?
2000.
2000. So see, The Rock kind of branched off of him. So I don't even know if The Rock could be as big as he was if it wasn't for Yoko. So Yoko, you got to give him. We all know this is what I love. That this is all subjective. We all know Jeff's love for Dusty. We know what he did. He got his 2 kids in here. Bionic elbow, the polka dots, the fun, the son of the plumber, all his iconic, his promos, especially in the NWA and Hot Rod. You think of when he cracked Jimmy Snuka over the head with a coconut. Would talk shows even exist if it wasn't for Hot Rod? Hot Rod had one of the original talk shows in the 80s and the 90s in WWE with Piper's Pit. Ronda Rousey wouldn't have the look she has if it wasn't for Roddy Piper. Promos wouldn't be what they are. Pipe bombs, you guys said it. So, but for my money, I just loved Perfect when I was a kid. There was something about that Intercontinental title and something about his cockiness, something about what he did that always captivated me. I loved me some Mr. Perfect, and if anybody deserves like a world title run that never got to it, there was rumors that he almost got there, but he did something backstage and it screwed him out of it, that he was supposed to win one of the Rumbles or something, and he was supposed to get that kind of push, and then backstage things happen. But Kurt Hennig and Mr. Perfect is just, I think of that yellow Intercontinental title, I think of him making that title mean something. Just everything he did, from his music. He had the awesome music that didn't even have lyrics. It was just the little vignettes of him throwing the football to himself, playing basketball, swimming, all these things. And you knew he was that damn athletic that he can actually pull all that shit off for real. That's what it goes back to what we said earlier when I kept saying believability. Mr. Perfect was believable. And he was an amateur wrestler. Everything Kurt Hennig was, God damn it, perfect. So even the simple perfect plex was a simple, it's a passe move right now. But when he hit it, you believe nobody was kicking out of that shit. And the matches he had with Bret Hart, at SummerSlam, just everything he did, like from spitting the gum, being a man, even the manager, he was a perfect manager, and how he souped up Bobby Heenan and just everything he did. Yeah, consultant. Everything he did. So for my money, personally, I would vote for Kurt Hennig, but I think Bray's going to get it just because people feel bad because of what just happened this year. So the No DQ Galaxy is probably going to go with Wyatt, but for my money, it's Mr. Perfect. And enough. I'm gonna get off his ass now. I think I talked him up enough. So
you definitely said perfect more than enough. And to be fair, your argument, I think, was quite perfect.
All right, Noah, bring us home on this topic.
Well, again, you kind of really set the table here, JJ, when you talk about the four corners, because truly they are the ones to serve. So let's just go ahead and chastise the Galaxy right now. Sympathy, sadness aside, get with the times. He just passed away. Let's all honor the memory. He doesn't need to go into any Hall of Fame right now when it hasn't even been a year. I know they're going to pick Bray Wyatt. Good for them. Okay, so now let's go ahead and get actually real here, because what Hall of Fame is supposed to be about is legacy. Boy, when did that term actually matter? Anyway. So again, Hot Rod, without him, pipe bombs, without him, attitude, without him, you do not have those people that choose to be loud, obnoxious, crazy, outrageous. Put him in an adjective you want for any superstar outside that we are currently in WWE. He set the blueprint for attitude and owning yourself in and out of that ring, making it about you, whether people like it or not. First Stone Cold was even a thing. How about that hot shit? Dusty Rhodes, oh my God in heaven. What can you not say about Dusty Rhodes and what he offered? Just a simple common man who worked his way against Ric Flair and found himself wine and dining with kings and queens, going up from alleys, eating pork and beans. Dusty Rhodes, for me, is on a different level of legacy, deceased. And his family still demonstrates that to this day. Both his sons, Cody and Dustin Rhodes. Of course, Dustin Rhodes, you all know, is one of my all-time favorites. I met him at AEW. I even talked about how much I appreciate him and his family. Still have the picture of him to this day. Dusty Rhodes, for me, is the personal vote because of what he left for the business. And not just what he did, in really bringing forward this generation. You see him around SmackDown through NXT. He did so damn much. He inspired a generation. He basically was the guy that's like, I may not look like the guy to be on the front of your magazine or on your TV, but I have the heart, and I'm going to show you exactly what that means with polka dots. He was the guy that achieved the American dream. He is exactly what we call him as. For me personally, just so I know, Walter gave a big diatribe about Mr. Perfect. For me, it's Dusty Rhodes for life. But I know the guys who's going to vote for Bray because everybody's got a sad face.
All right. In the private chat, Jeff said that he wanted to share screen something because it was relevant to this topic. Go ahead, Jeff.
Manuel, just for, like, I forgot she'd done this. Medusa, 15 hours ago. Her and Kurt Hennig as AWA World Champions. So there you go.
Wow.
That was right before Kurt went to WWE as Mr. Perfect.
There you go.
With him.
Just babies, the pair of them. My goodness. Anyway,
I'm gonna listen to his theme before we go to bed. Just that's you guys have no idea how big of a Perfect fan I was, man.
I love me some Mr. Perfect, and I've grown to appreciate him much more post-mortem, unfortunately. But man, even as a Hulkamaniac in 1991, when Flair came in and he had Bobby and he had seriously, there's a shirt on our Teespring page that has the JM for the BH Bobby Heenan and the rhinestone Meacham on the back of the T for Heenan, because I wanted the Bobby Heenan Mr. Perfect package with my attire. And I remember, money ever comes in, I'll tell you what, we're gonna have one of these anniversary shows one year. I'm gonna be full of Bobby Heenan out, man. The rhinestones on the jacket, and just have a party dressed to the nines as only Mr. Perfect can. But as we were told, nobody beats Mr. Perfect. Nobody.
Unless you're in the Royal Rumble. In 2004, I still kind of annoys me. When Mr. Perfect showed up in that Royal Rumble, I was like, this is perfect. Damn it. But I understood what they were going for on the road to WrestleMania 20, despite what me and JJ are going to endure up to that point.
At the end of the day, his son is still in the Royal Rumble.
Oh, God.
There you go.
He is still he is still not lost that match. Him and Scotty 2 Hotty from a few different years. They are still active, by God. Maven too, damn it.
Oh, no, he's not. He got freaking taken out by Undertaker at the popcorn machine.
He didn't go over that top rope.
Oh, fuck.
There you go.
That's fair.
All right. We're going to take another commercial break here. And when we come back, it'll be time for the main event as we dissect and discuss the PWI top 250 women of the past year.
Ooh. Damn it, King Mike.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Beecham Network Multiverse of Media has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the stat boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeeps here keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Dory Lou. And a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Cassidy 18 Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show.
All right.
All right.
Turn it up.
Wait, no. You already saw 3 men earlier this year awkwardly moving their hips. Never fucking again.
Don't forget, we still have the Noah Rooney coming.
Oh, God bless it.
And we did get another super chat from Emmanuel to Jeff, who just took his leave. So we can discuss it real quick as he works his way back in.
Okay.
Before we get to the main event, worst heel turn, JR or Cole?
Cole, blah.
I don't remember JR turning heel.
I mean,
when he brought out the fake Razor Ramon and Diesel, he was heel.
Oh, okay. I wasn't watching then, that's why.
That was only a moment, though. I mean, we had to endure Michael Cole and the coal mine and that madness with him and JR, the Kiss My Oath. And then started. Damn it, JJ, do we have to call that match from WrestleMania 27?
We do.
Fuck me.
And the way Cole was kissing Mrs. Ass, is just this whole run was just horrible.
Noah, if we can call the entirety of WrestleMania 9, we can call that one match.
That was the worst WrestleMania 9 ever. I mean, WrestleMania ever.
God. and 9. God, why do I endure the worst of sports entertainment?
Okay. Jeff, are you there?
I'm trying.
Okay, really quickly, while you tried a technical difficulty yourself, Emmanuel's super chat, which was sent to your channel.
Oh,
worst
okay.
heel turn, JR or Cole?
Okay, so JR actually had two different heel turns. He did the one in '96 with the fake Razor and Diesel, which fell flat on its flabby ass. My God, was that bad? And then the one in '99 when he came back and brought Doc in to take out Michael Cole when Michael Cole took his because of the Bell's palsy attack he had over in England. So I think his heel turns are worse, and I only say that because both of his drew like the wrong kind of reaction. They were just the one in '96 was a mess because it wasn't Scott and Kevin. It was a bunch of bullshit. And then the one in '99, he actually got cheered for beating up Michael Cole, which was not the point. So I think
I was going to say I didn't even realize that was supposed to be a heel turn.
Exactly, that's my point. So, but whereas the one in 19 with Michael Cole, you were supposed to hate Michael Cole. You were supposed to cheer against him and Swagger and root for JR and the King and Austin and everybody else to whoop that Cole ass. And that's what it did. So it may not have been a favorite, but it was effective in the way it was executed. Whereas both of JR's heel turns, which he has denounced multiple times in interviews and on his podcast since then, because he detests being a character. So JR's are by and large the worst.
It's fair assessment.
Fair assessment.
Thank you. I try. Every once in a while, I get a fair one off.
All right. So it is now time for the main event, and we're going to discuss PWI's top 250 women's wrestlers. Now, we're not going to go through all 250.
No, that'd be crazy.
What I am going to do is, first of all, for the people that are watching, these are PWI's criteria.
Yes.
Before you start spouting out who should be where, these are what they look for their lists.
Break it
they
down.
Look for win-loss record.
Okay.
Championships won.
Okay.
Quality of competition.
Okay.
Major feuds. Prominence within a promotion, and their overall wrestling ability. And the evaluation period was from July 1st of 2022 to July 1st of this year, 2023.
I can already tell I'm
So
going to be
keep
a little bit.
that in mind as we go through these. I am going to do the top 25 instead of the top 10. And then if y'all have any questions of where specific people fall, rattle them off and I will try to find them in a timely manner.
Let's do it.
Jeff, if you can, please run the comment section as I'm going to go off tab so I can read these.
Oh, Lord. I'll do my best with this this piece of shit, but I'll do my best.
Fine. Just try. Just try.
Okay.
If I could help either of you from that point, I would.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Go for it, JJ.
Number 25 is Tiffany Stratton.
Impressive. Won the NXT Women's Championship this year. Definitely one of the brightest stars and a humble opponent. Continue. I'm just gonna provide a simple statement with each name.
That's fine. That's fine. I appreciate that as much as I know you love women's wrestling.
Damn it. Continue.
Number 24, the Genius of the Sky, Io Shirai, Io Sky.
Who, of course, achieved her first main roster title earlier this year at SummerSlam with the cash and also won Women's Money in the Bank. Good for her getting some stock.
Number 23, Trinity, Feel the Glow.
Oh, I mean, come on. Talk about making an impact. Came to Impact Wrestling and beat the Virtuosa via submission and won the Knockouts World Championship. Took a stand for women's tag team wrestling. Wasn't sure what she was going to do besides that, but it's nice to see that she definitely found her glow and prized the Briar's light more than ever.
Number 22, the rowdy one, Rowdy Ronda Rousey.
All right, you can say what you want about the girl's attitude, but the girl is legit as it gets when it comes to what she can do in that ring and can break you fucking in half. Enough said. Thank you, Rousey, for everything, and the fact you're wrestling on the Indies. What the fuck? Even if it's just out of California. She's still the bitch on the planet.
And say what you want about Ronda, but during that period, she was a 2-time women's champion and a women's tag champion.
Yep. Which ain't a bad
and much like Logan Paul, she took to it immediately.
Number 21, the queen herself, Charlotte Flair.
Woo! Of course, again, arguably the best WWE women's match this year against somebody else that I'm sure is going to be on this list at a higher point. And there's no arguing against the queen and her accolades and her stature in this industry.
All right. Now we're about to start seeing some Japanese names pop up on the list, so I apologize in advance if I butcher them. Noah, you can correctly pronounce them if I do murder them. Number 20, Saya Kamatani.
Yes, the Golden Phoenix, the former Wonder or Stardom champion that lost the title to Mina Shirakawa, one of her great rivals. Definitely one of the brightest stars of the entire Stardom roster, part of Queen's Quest. Unfortunately, she's out on injury, got injured during the 5-star Grand Prix. I look forward when the Phoenix may rise again. But good to see her still on this list when last year she was in the top 10.
Well, she only dropped down to the top 20, so definitely a good showing from her. Number 19, Mizuki.
Ooh, Mizuki. Many people don't know her unless you watch Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling. Of course, she had one match on AEW, which really impressed the fans with that corkscrew. She's been definitely, I believe, ribbon champion and a tag team specialist. So good for her. She works with the likes of Yuka Sakazaki, for example, among other names you might recognize from the Joshi Pro and Kato Pro circuit.
Okay. Number 18, a favorite of Noah's, the TBS champion, Chris Statlander.
Chris Statlander! Fuck it! Damn it! Not only did she come back and beat that bitch twice, including Jay Cargill and Chris Statler's best match respectfully, when both were at 100%. One of the only matches that matched truly this year on Rampage of all platforms. Just saying. Came back, TBS champion, looks to defend it wherever, whenever, against whoever, has already overcome the likes of Julia Hart, Taya Valkyrie, Anna Jay, Emi Sakura, Willow Nightingale, and Sky Blue. Stat continues to be where it's at. She is one of the brightest rising stars in AEW, and I love seeing that.
Number 17, Miyu Yamashita.
Yes, the girl with the pink kick and the big strike. She knocked Killer Kelly's fucking head off in her Impact Wrestling match and has made airwaves across the wrestling industry, especially during WrestleMania weekend. She's also been involved also in Ring of Honor. I've just been waiting for her to show up in AEW. She is one of the most lethal strikers. Let's not forget, previously challenged from the Rosa for the AEW Women's World Championship. Definitely someone to watch out for.
Number 16 made her return tonight, Kairi.
Ah, yes, the Pirate Princess and the first ever IWGP Women's Champion, only to lose it to Mercedes Moné earlier this year at Battle in the Valley, and still one of the true sisters and pioneers of Stardom. Welcome back to WWE.
All right, now we get into some of my territory. Number 15, the Prodigy, Roxanne Perez.
What can you not say about Roxanne Perez and what she's done in her short stint in WWE? Not only did she win the Breakout Tourney, she is the first ever Iron Survivor Challenge winner. She participated in the Royal Rumble. She is a former NXT Women's Champion and overcoming personal feuds with the likes of Blair Davenport and most recently, businesswoman Kiana James. The sky is the limit as the project continues to deliver on absolute limitless promise.
Number 14, stat may be where it's at, but number 14 is that bitch, Jade Cargill.
What can you say about Jade Cargill that hasn't been said already? She is that bitch. She is that star, that queen of appeal for mainstream media and capability and passion for in that ring. Again, longest reigning, set the stature for the TBS championship and went 60 matches before her first defeat. And she's just beginning.
The Goldberg of the female division.
Number 13, another favorite of Noah's, Masha Slamovich.
Yes! Masha Slamovich that rivals the work ethic of Speedball Mike Bailey and currently one half of the Impact Knockouts Tag Team Champions with Killer Kelly. MK Ultra, the women's tag team I never knew I needed in the wrestling industry. Not to mention, she recently achieved her dream of competing in Corrigan Hall. And honestly, if you look at Speedball Mike Bailey and Masha Slamovich's booking last year, you'd be hard-pressed to find two harder more booked workers than those two. Congrats to Masha Slamovich. Well deserved.
Coming in at number 12 was the inspiration for Noah's simple promos, Tony Storm.
All right, here we go. Timeless Tony Storm that became timeless from Illustrious, and of course, a former AEW Women's World Champion. And we'll see soon enough if her quest for gold in Hollywood leads to probably everyone's favorite movie ending to date in 2023. But yeah, she deserves it.
Coming in at number 11, nobody may be ready for her, but she just missed the top 10, Asuka.
And of course, she is a former WWE Now Kristen Undisputed Women's Champion after beating the EST at Night of Champions. She also, of course, competed at WrestleMania. She also won the Elimination Chamber. And at the end of the day, she still is undefeated in NXT.
Starting off the top 10, Thick Mama Pump herself, Jordynne Grace.
The Juggernaut, the history maker, the former Knockouts World Champion, first ever Queen of the Mountain, and now the first ever Knockout and first ever female to win the Call Your Shot Gauntlet. And finally overcoming her ultimate rival in this generation of leading women's wrestling, the Virtuosa, Deonna Purrazzo. Well-deserved for the Juggernaut Jordynne Grace, who lost the title this year to Mickie James.
Number 9 doesn't need 2 X's or 3 X's. She is 1X, Camille.
She is 1X for a reason. Damn it. Again, she set the pace to nearly rival Jazz for how long she held the Burke, the NWA Women's World Championship, only to lose it at the Chase this year to Kenzie Page, who at 19 years of age right now has so much ahead for her and her sister. Now that NWA is pretty empowered. But again, what she did for NWA, there's no telling what she could do beyond that company when she chooses.
Number 8 was a little bit of a surprise for me in the top 20. I'm not going to lie. Willow Nightingale.
Wow! Willow Nightingale, the rising, we even talked about, guys, rising star this year. Not only did she win the first ever inaugural NWA Strong Women's Championship, beating Mercedes Moné in the finals and going through Momo Kogo along the way, she also, of course, competed against Athena in the first ever all-female Ring of Honor Women's World Championship main event on Ring of Honor pay-per-view. So again, the sky's the limit for her. And she also won the Owen this year. So major congratulations, Willow Nightingale. And I believe also during this time, she officially became All Elite.
It's deserved, but it is a little surprising, I have to admit.
Yep. For number 7, what more can you say but long may she reign? The Virtuosa, Deonna Purrazzo.
The personification and excellence of technical execution and the 3-time Knockouts World Champion who has rivaled anybody that has stepped up to her and has only fallen short to 2 people that she has yet to claim a victory against. That is Mickie James and Trinity. But there is no denying that Deonna Purrazzo is one of a kind, technically sound, the future of women's wrestling in this industry. She is main event D. She is Impact Wrestling. She is the Knockouts. Long may she reign.
Coming in at number 6, Athena.
Oh my gosh. Since Athena's won the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship last year at Final Battle against Mercedes Martinez, taking on all comers, including Mia Yamashita. Apologies, I butchered that name. I'm tired. Kiera Hogan. We talk about Sky Blue. We talk about Willow Nightingale. And of course, over Ken Yuka Sakasaki, you can go on and on and on with everybody she's taken out in and out of Ring of Honor. She has been unstoppable. To everybody else against her, they are porcelain. No one right now can stop the run of the falling goddess.
Coming in at number 5, starting off the top 5, Tam Nakano.
Oh, wow. Straight out of Stardom, the leader of Cosmic Angels. Of course, she won the World of Stardom Championship against Julia Adana Mundo earlier this year at Dream King Stardom pay-per-view after falling short in the 5-star Grand Prix. So major respect to her in achieving that pursuit. And again, she is one of the youngest, Kawhi, Queen of the Cosmos, one of the youngest, most violent athletes, not to mention Hamlet Kairi Sane, at Wrestle Kingdom this year. Also, she's injured.
Okay. Moving on, number 4. I know you're a hater, Noah. Jamie Hayter.
Yes! Hit it for lunch! Damn it! So damn glad to hear that. Last year at Full Gear, she won the AEW Women's World Championship, defending successfully in a triple threat in AEW Revolution this year against both Ruby Soho and Saraya. Again, she is one of the people's choice. She is an original star of AEW. The people chose her since AEW out last year when Breaker totally screwed here. And I cannot wait for her to come back and unleash haterade, whether it's against Toni Storm, Hikaru Shida, or Saraya. I will always be a hater for life. Cheers to her. Congratulations.
You can't hate on that pick.
You're damn right.
Coming in next, she may be the roughest, the toughest, the strongest. Put the EST in the WWE, but she is only number 3, Bianca Belair.
Bianca Belair, who of course won the Elimination Chamber earlier this year and hung against Asuka at WrestleMania and beat the Empress of Tomorrow at that date. And of course, since then, we have seen the continued stock of the EST being the longest reigning Raw Women's Champion in WWE. Now christened the World Heavyweight Championship. So mad respect to her.
Coming in at number 2, first runner-up, Julia.
What? 2? Ah, damn it. I fear I know what number 1 is, but okay. Julia, of course, like I said, leader down the Mundo faction in Stardom, who has truly told her own story of how she sacrificed everything, including her hair, to readopt her style and get back with a sister once again in Suzuki. Congratulations to her that won the 5-star Grand Prix and will challenge for the World of Stardom title at Dream Kingdom at the end of the year. Of course, now the current NWW Strong Women's Champion after beating Willow Nightingale at Corrigan Hall at Independence Day in July, and so far has successfully defended against the likes of High-End, most recently at Fire Spirit Unleashed. Her beautiful insanity that took place stateside the first time at Multiverse United 2 is nothing to underestimate. I'm just waiting for her to go one-on-one against the Virtuosa Diana Purrazzo. And she is legit, safety, a badass. And fashionably beautiful at it, too. Congrats to Julia. So who's number 1? Dare I ask? I think I know.
That brings us to the conclusion of the list.
The top of the list.
Tried to. Oh, Jeff added something. Damn it.
What did he do? Wait. What did he do?
Botch. Give me a second.
Oh.
I deleted what you just added so I can add this, Jeff. Just re-add it, okay? Coming in at number 1.
The fucking course.
Mommy is always on top, Noah.
I know.
And honestly, how can you argue the year that she's had?
I will say this based on the period you said.
Go ahead and re-add it, Jeff. I just deleted that image. Go ahead, Noah.
Besides post WrestleMania, there is no denying the presence, the influence, the rise of Rhea Ripley and her brutality on Monday Night Raw. Not only did she go coast to coast in the Royal Rumble, she beat her ultimate rival, Charlotte Flair, 3 years in looming at, again, probably my WWE Women's Match of the Year at WrestleMania. I christened that match more important to have been the main event of night 1 than the tag title match, and I will die on that hill because she was the World Rumble winner, and those 2 women absolutely fucking killed it. And since then, the influences with Dominic Mysterio that go all the way back to the fall last year at Clash of the Castle. Ain't that some crazy shit? And of course, her going down to NXT and endorse the likes of the new NXT Women's Champion, Lyra Valkyria. I got nothing but mad respect for Mommy, but damn it, make her title run more fucking important.
That's fair. Just a few other notable names that I'm going to throw out there, and then I will throw it to Walter. I saw your comment in the private chat. Taya Valkyrie was at number 26, Mickey James 27, Hikaru Shida 28, Becky Lynch 29, Britt Baker at 36, Bailey at 41, Indy Hartwell at 46, Saraya at 52, Billy Starks 56, Shayna Baszler 58. Let's see here. Giselle Shaw 63, Cora Jade 65, Zoe Starks 75, Kylan Keene at 85.
Way to go, Kylan.
87, Emi Sakura.
He's a highness.
89, Sky Blue. 90, Killer Kelly. James's favorite, number 91, Natalia Markova.
Oh, good Lord Almighty.
Hey, she cracked the top 100.
Yeah.
Natalia 101.
Ooh, man.
Ooh.
Zelina Vega 102. Gigi Dolan 104. Julia Hart 105. JC Jane 107, so not far removed from Gigi.
No.
Interesting there.
The Gigi, though, gets more stock, apparently.
Shotzi 119. Claire Davenport 131.
That don't surprise me.
Diamante 135. Misa Kate, who's going to be at Big G's thing, 140.
Former NWA Women's Tag Team Champion.
Chelsea Green 150, and I think I'll stop there unless anybody has a specific name that they want me to look up. Go ahead, Walter.
Yeah, so rarely do I agree with the PWI. There's always arguments but they pretty much did a pretty good job with this list. The only thing I might
continue.
Exactly. But the only thing I might flip, believe it or not, everybody knows I love Rhea. She's great. But I don't think she's been in enough matches defending that title and making it look strong. She's just been involved in stories and things with the Judgment Day as a group, but not individually moving the women's division along and making that title look as important. So I might flip Julia and Rhea, believe it or not. But other than that, it's pretty much spot on. They did a pretty good job. So I'm going to agree with it, but I'm going to be short here because I know Noah's going to have a lot to say about this. So I'm going to give the floor to either one of them. Noah.
Also keep in mind, Walter, the grading period.
Yeah, I was going to say the grading period was from July of last year to July of this year. Rhea has only been champion for about 3 months of that.
Yeah.
So, but you factor in her win-loss record, her quality of competition, going up against names like Charlotte Flair, Natalya. You think about the fact that her prominence within a wrestler's promotion.
Mm-hmm. That's the key
you
thing right
cannot argue that.
As soon as you added that criteria, I was like, oh, fuck me. It's going to be somebody from WWE. It's not going to be like Stardom last year. Because I wonder if they actually have the same criteria. Do they revamp it sometimes? Because I argue that Julia should be number one. Not only did she win the 5-star Grand Prix last year and beat her rival in series at the tail end of last year for the World of Stardom Championship, she's bounced back now and WWE Strong Champion. She's the RS Stardom Champion. That's the Trios titles for those that don't know. And again, she's had an incredible story with a longtime friend that was rival. Now seems to be her second in her corner. And Julia has been a main focus internationally of women's wrestling. So again, the hindsight's 2020. But as soon as you were talking about that promotion, those shit nonsense, I was like, oh fuck, it's gonna be somebody from WWE. But I am not gonna sell Rhea Ripley short for what she's done so far in her career, let alone this past year at the age of 26. So again,
I was going to say, you figure come July of last year, she had just joined Judgment Day.
Yeah.
Judgment Day had been rolling for a couple of months.
Yeah.
And then you figure her featured role in that, you figure, like you said, everything that spiraled with Dominic once he joined at Clash at the Castle, winning the Rumble, winning the match at Mania.
Yeah.
It's hard to argue that she doesn't deserve it with all those other things factored in. King Mike Thea wasn't even ranked, but you have to figure she didn't really start competing until earlier this year.
Exactly.
So she hasn't had enough matches in the grading period to really be in the rankings.
And next year, though, probably a different story. I could see her at least in the.
I'd say top 100.
Yeah, top 100. Because, WWE.
I mean, you figure she had 2 very prominent matches for the NXT Women's Championship. You figure she just had a prominent match for the tag titles.
Yeah.
Her featured storylines within NXT with Chase U. She's definitely clicking the boxes for criteria. The question is how many other people are more prominent, more successful. She's lost all her big match opportunities.
Yeah. And she only had 3 of them so far, and 2 of them were for the NXT Women's Championship, to your point.
So.
Yeah, I would. Again, I'm not as high on the Pro Wrestling Illustrated as I used to be when I was a wee lad wrestling fan, but they and their 500 list, I only give more of a pass than their year-end awards because of the grading period. If you're talking 2023 only, there's a lot longer discussion that's going to be had. But not that. But it's again, unfortunately, everything is subjective in wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
That and I say unfortunately, not intending to sound like I'm set in my ways, because I am. I'm an old fart set in my ways. I like what I like, I don't what I don't. But I can also get with everybody has a different opinion, and that's why shows like this, magazines like this exist, because the differing opinions generate discussion. Look at the show we've had tonight. We talked about the top 250 women in the world of wrestling as voted on by the editors, writers, whatever, of the classic aftermatch, for lack of a better term right now. We looked at the No DQ Hall of Fame 2023 class inductee nominations based on the fan vote. Everything we've talked about today has been, for lack of a better term, throwaway topics. JJ went, let's talk about this shit today. We are going to hit 4 hours. The fuck?
Yeah. The first topic was what goes into making our favorite superstars. Mm-hmm. So the thread of storytelling has really been looped through all these topics if you get right down to it.
Yeah.
Kind of covered basically the aspects of the wrestling industry. As
far
as wrestlers go.
And to Jeff's point, subjective. I could sit here and be like, how the fuck is this Julia chick number 2? I don't even know who the hell she is.
And I understand
who the fuck is this Tam Nakano that's number 5 over Deonna Purrazzo? Get her the fuck out of here.
Right.
I could sit here and do that with just about every single Japanese name that's on here.
Yes.
With the exception of ones that are like Hikaru Shida.
Mm-hmm.
Asuka, yeah.
And people would look at me cross and be like, the fuck you talking about? Don't you know women's wrestling? You don't know who Julia is? But
people need to realize
I am uneducated. That's why it's good to have somebody like you here who every name that I said, you had some highlight, some note, something you could spew out about them, even the ones you don't care about.
Yeah.
You had some tidbit of information. Going back to the Joey Styles topic and how you can carry commentary without anybody else. But I'm sitting here, I'm looking at these names and some of them, and I'm like, how are you going to sit here and tell me, as much as I love her, how are you going to put Roxanne Perez below Jade Cargill? And that's only a 1 number difference.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love me some Jade, but I admit that she's still green in the rain, and I'm not talking green like money.
Yeah.
How are you going to put the prodigy beneath her?
I think, again, it goes back to that one key criteria you talked about, the company presentation. At the end of the day, NXT is smaller than AEW.
Maybe so. Charlotte Flair. Again, we all know how much I could give 2 fuck-alls about Charlotte. But she is underneath Roxanne Perez.
Yeah. Well, again,
Kairi Sane, Jade Cargill, Toni Storm, Asuka.
But again, Jack,
I can't stand the bitch. But how is she not closer to the top 10, if not in the top 10?
How inactive was she the grading period? That's the thing. She was inactive as fuck.
That's fair. And I was just coming back into it around that time.
Right.
You know, I had only been back in it for a few months, so I wouldn't really notice that.
Yeah.
So again, I'm just looking at name recognition. I'm like, even if she was inactive for part of it, bitch came back in her first match back, she becomes champion.
Yep.
And she's been prominently featured in storytelling since her return.
Yep.
With a pretty damn good win-loss record.
And when she came back, who she beat for the title? Ronda Rousey.
Yeah.
Well, again, think of, if you figure from July 1st to June 30th of this year, she was off a good chunk of that first half of the grading period, came back near the end of the year, if I remember right, to beat Ronda.
Correct.
Made it to Mania, and then she was gone again until what, a month ago?
Yes.
So she was gone like 2/3 of the grading period.
Combined.
Yeah, if you figure the time she was actually on TV, and granted, when she was back, she was the damn champion, which because of Charlotte Flair, and we're not going to have that discussion because we're going to be here till 2:00. Well, actually, we'll be here till 1:00 because the clock's going to roll back at that.
Well, that's right.
Anyway,
we fell back, so yeah.
We did. That's true. We haven't yet. We're going to get there. God help us.
Noah's fallen back already, I think, because he's.
I have.
First.
Yes. Noah Walter have. Happy early Sunday, everybody.
Anyway.
So yeah, one of my favorite things to do every year when I was younger was to go to the PWI 500 and go to the back and go backwards and see how far down the person I knew was. And then when I got into the business, it was like, okay, how far down is the lowest person that I know? Like as a buddy. So I still enjoy watching the 500s and the women list and, whatever else they end up coming up with, because it's cool to see people in these mags that you grew up reading and the shows you watch, everything you did when you were that's what makes it good about being a fan and doing shit like this. Yeah, because you can still be a fan, but you can go back and go, oh shit, Frankie Kazarian's at such place. Oh, look at that. Dude, seen people from the women's, promotions I either helped book or that I've been supporting the last year. It's like, damn, it was really cool to see Ashley D'Amboise, for example, on the list.
Number 162.
I think she was on the male list this year too, because she's had such quality matches.
Her and Masha was, because I remember that my friend shared that with me, because people know how much of a fan I am of certain individuals like Masha, like Speedball, like Kylan King, or however present. So why I don't read or subscribe or even buy or follow these publications, that's why I love blindly going into these discussions. This is one of my favorite discussions to do with you guys each year. The PWI, because I know nothing about who's on it, but I can damn sure tell you nearly something about everybody that you tell me that's on it.
Yeah, seeing her react to her and seeing her react to Trey, her fiance, Trey Miguel, who, God, let's just talk about the time he's had since he's been back in the
right.
But again, it's cool to see stuff like that. It's cool for me as somebody, quote unquote, in the business. I never will consider myself in the business. I think it's silly. I really do. But it's cool to see my friends and people I consider closest family sometimes on these lists. It's really neat. Yeah. So I appreciate when they get brought up.
We all know my feelings towards her.
Yes.
But it does kind of warm my heart a little bit to see Candice LeRae on the list at 165, considering I saw her before she was Candice Gargano.
Right.
I've known her since 2005.
Yeah.
Going on 20 years. I can't stand the bitch. I got personal heat with her.
Yes.
But it does kind of make me feel good to see somebody that I saw damn near 20 years ago on the list.
Is Shauna Rita on the list? She's another bright young individual that I met at IWR. One of my favorites, straight out, worked with Dustin Rhodes at his academy. I saw her go up against Camille for the Burke at an independent wrestling show. So I definitely appreciate her work. And she seems like a nice individual.
Remember the name. Yeah.
Doggone it, Walter. Yeah, and again, I don't know everything about every wrestler. Let's just put that out there, all right? I just follow so much wrestling to a degree. I can tell you a fair amount about stuff. And again, Masuda was probably the one I was the least familiar with because to watch JPW is a whole different animal on DDT Pro, Wrestling Universe, whatever the hell you want to call it. I just know that she was, that of course, we saw her compete on AEW at one point. I know she competes at TJPW. And I know also she is a champion. I think it's what's it called? The Princess Champion. It's a weird title name in that company. I'll tell you that much. Really.
I do not see the name that you asked about, Noah.
Okay. Well, I don't know also how proactive she's been this year as well, so that's fair. Anyway.
Right.
But yeah, again, the bottom line, wrestling is always subjective, but we stand here as a unit of friends discussing wrestling in a positive manner, each one our own individual thoughts. And whether they're backed up by personal bias or personal previous engagements, that just comes down to the history and our own well-being.
That's very fair.
Great example. If I was talking about as far as being a fan of or being friends with, the lowest person I am a fan of that I'm familiar with on the list is Fallon Henley at wherever she was there. I've lost the page there. Give me a second.
Yeah, she's like 200 something. She's close to the bottom.
Yeah, number 500 on the men's list, Mr. Chase.
There you go.
Chase you. So there you go.
I can't believe that guy made the list.
Hey, you know what? He wrestles too, by God. So
you just made the list.
Emmanuel, to answer your question, Candice is 165. Indy Hartwell is 46.
Yeah.
There's a huge difference between the two. But again, Candice was out a good chunk of that period coming off of maternity, and Indy won a championship during that grading period.
Correct. The NXT Women's Championship.
Yep. And she's only lower because she was also hurt during the period. So, you know, again, it just
Forget hurt shortly after winning the title, and she still defended successfully.
There we go.
Yep, there you go.
And respect men's wrestling, damn it.
So that wraps up our topics for the evening.
Yay.
I am going to take one last quick commercial break and show Noah the personal hell that awaits for him becoming November 18th and beyond. And when we come back, Noah is going to do the Noah Rooney as super chatted by Emmanuel earlier in the evening. And then we will do our plugs and get the fuck out of here because we ain't got to go home, but we can't stay here all goddamn night.
We can dig that.
We will be right back.
Oh, gosh. Why?
All the specials, all the specials, all the special open mic nights and karaoke.
Damn it.
And a Noah Rooney.
I can't do that in a... Why? Why do you want to put me through this punishment?
Why? Why? Because we like you. Noah Foster sings in just 2 weeks.
Emmanuel, we addressed both your super chats, the challenge and the Gilbert one.
We acknowledge them.
We brought up the Gilbert one.
And he wasn't wrong. That's the sad part.
And then we brought up the challenge and the Spinaroonie one, and Stat Boy said he accepted the challenge. It's been a long show. I understand if you forgot that we did bring those up, but we did, brother. We wouldn't forget you like that. As much as you support the channels and Super Chat, we would not forget to acknowledge you.
No, definitely not.
Definitely not.
All right, Noah, are you ready to do the Noah Rooney?
Poor Noah, dude.
This is not gonna end well, dude. I'm telling you right now. I barely got any space.
I was gonna say he's dressed the nicest, has the smallest face. He's gonna die.
At least you're younger than all of us. We wouldn't be able to recover if it was us.
Look, my back's still fucked up from the 3 thing y'all had me do. All right.
If I got up there to do a Spinaroonie, I probably wouldn't be able to get back up. You'd have to call freaking the police or something, the fire department to get me up. You're gonna have to take your headset off, bro.
Yeah, I know. I have to take the headset off.
And you can take the blazer off too if you want. That way you don't get the blazer all wrinkled.
Imagine one of the 3 of us doing this. Hello, this is JJ. I need an ambulance.
Oh God, this is not.
We'll just go to sleep wherever I'm at on the floor.
This is not gonna work. I'm telling you right now, this is not gonna work.
Hey! If we're gonna have Noah start stripping, Arlene may need to super chat a little bit more.
Shut the fuck up, What the hell? Y'all are wrong. Shut the fuck up. Y'all are
We
wrong.
get Zach in there. Get the DJ music in there.
We keep talking over him. We could be having great audio clips, but we keep talking over him.
Non-copyright. How the fuck does this? Oh God.
He's gonna play the Booker theme into the Spinaroonie. He's my favorite person of all time.
I hate you all.
Dun,
All
dun,
right.
dun, 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 dun.
I'm not gonna be able to hear anything y'all are saying.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Fuck it.
Can you dig it, Noah?
Shut the fuck up. Damn it. This is not gonna work. I'm telling you right now, this is not gonna work.
We need to get him a cameo or something for New Year's Eve. Like, seriously, I feel so bad for the shit we put this boy through. Oh my God.
Poor guy has no room.
He's got no room in that office at all. He's doing the damn thing. Oh my God. Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. Oh, on his couch.
Oh my God. Thank God you're skinny, bro.
Oh my God. That was like the
You can't do a Spinaroonie on carpet.
No,
that was some Vince McMahon shit.
I was going to say that was like the most awkward parts of all the take-a-Rooney attempts.
Noah, I have one question for you.
What?
Yes.
Now, can you dig that sucker?
You all suck. You all suck. You all freaking suck.
Well, you know what? Noah, Super Chat has got to know.
Oh my God. No, I can't dig that.
Noah, I love you so much,
I do.
brother.
We all do. Seriously.
God.
We never got the take-a-Rooney, but by God, we got the Noah Rooney tonight.
I hope James does not clip that.
Oh, you know he's going to. I messaged him that you were doing the Spinaroonie.
Oh, fuck me.
He needs to clip that and my little thing about Josh, the bedtime story.
Yes.
God.
That will be on the show at the end of the year. I forgot to put the graphic back in there, so we'll do that in a second.
Damn it.
Sweet baby Jesus, that was great.
I'm glad I get to sleep. I get to go.
There's nothing Jesus about this. This is like Halloween 5, JJ, or Halloween 4. Jesus has nothing to do with this, JJ.
Oh, man.
But you know what? That right there, Noah, was Statboy approved.
That's right.
God.
That's right, because he sure as shit wouldn't do it.
And you can probably find that clip circulating in the coming days on the Twix.
That's right.
Damn it.
Yay, Twix.
No.
For you.
All right.
And you can find all that stuff and more, all these clips and more, very likely at the end of the year. So there you go.
I already know, James. That was horrible. Okay, simple men aren't meant to do that on fucking carpet. God.
Oh no, James saw it. I'm so glad he's here. That makes my day.
I messaged him, dude. I was like, Noah is doing the spinneroonie.
You can't do the spinneroonie on carpet.
No, if it makes you feel better, I laughed so hard my head's spinning just like you were.
Seriously, my head. No. My head's spinning faster than Noah was. If I'm being honest.
Noah.
What?
I believe in you more than you believe in Joe Hendry.
How dare you?
Wow.
That's nothing to be freaking proud about.
That's a big friggin' deal right there.
I can't. That you don't make people do shit like that on carpet, all right? Just saying.
And Adam Pure Style, it is official. JJ messaged me. That shall be clipped.
Well, fuck all you.
Oh, we're going to hell for this day, but that's okay. It'll be a fun trip.
All right. Let us begin the shills here. You saw him earlier on the show. Once again, if you'd like to follow the Cleveland Combatant, you can find him on Twix at Walking Hymnal or Instagram at Mallowmangram. You also saw Big Baller G earlier in the day. You can find him on TikTok at Big Baller G 1988, on the Twix at No DQ Big Baller G, and on the Threads and Instagram at NoDQ_ Big Baller G 1988. If you're in the area, go to WrestleCade weekend and check out Maddie, the American Baddie, Christina Marie, Rebecca J. Scott, Zaya Brookside, Emily J., Missa Kate, and Shelly Benson, all of whom will be there as part of Parker Kane Promotions. Oh, man. If you haven't already, subscribe to the members only section of the Casa D18 Studios channel, where you can find classic match calls like me and Noah calling Eddie Guerrero versus Rey Mysterio, Mask versus Title. You can find us calling Shawn Michaels versus Mankind, Mind Games. You can find us calling Jericho versus Guerrero from Fall Brawl, and so much more. On Christmas Day, there will be a special Christmas Day drop to all of my members. Noah and I will be calling the Flair Steamboat Trilogy. All three matches in their entirety as part of one promotion, a 2-hour plus video. Because the matches themselves clock in at 1 hour and 55 minutes and some change. Plus our typical intros, outros, and a little bit of banter in between conversations.
Looking very forward to that.
Of course, you can find me on Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams. You can find me on Twix at ROWJJ Williams. You can subscribe to me on YouTube and find the members only section at Casa D18 Studios on YouTube. Thank you to everybody that is watching currently. Make sure you check out my show daily, Monday through Thursdays, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, For the Love of Wrestling, where I recap Raw, SmackDown, NXT, Rampage, Collision, Dynamite, all over the course of the week. The only thing I currently don't cover is Impact Wrestling. And if Hard to Kill and the first tapings under the TNA banner are anything like I'm hoping they will be, then come the beginning of next year, I may be adding Friday and an Impact review as well. You saw it in the trailer that made Noah cringe. Coming up November 18th, immediately following Full Gear, will be Disney Karaoke Night. I know Noah and I do not see eye to eye on that.
Never.
But for a super chat, you might be able to get him to sing that classic from a Goofy movie. And then, of course, coming next year, we have dates official now. Our second annual wrestling karaoke night will be March 30th, the Saturday prior to WrestleMania 40. Coming in June, we will have 80s karaoke night, June 15th. In August, the week before my birthday, August 17th, will be the open mic night beach party, where you'll be able to super chat and hear songs like the Beach Boys, Jan and Dean, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince Summertime, Kid Rock all summer long, things along those lines.
Boy.
Next year, come Halloween, it'll be Scarioke on October 26th. Mark these dates on your calendar. Make sure you save up. Make sure you request them off of work so that you can be here to enjoy the festivities. Jeff.
Oh, you can follow the original home of the West Coast Professor on Talk Wrestling at NoDQ, DOTCOM, across the spectrum of socials, if you will. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twix. Aaron will have his recaps. I believe he's going live all three this week with Raw, Dynamite, and SmackDown. I think SmackDown's going to be back live again. The only week this month where we're not leading up to, where we're not leading up to a premium live event. So it should be a fairly standard week for the Boss Man Rift. But we shall see what unfolds. And of course, tomorrow the No DQ review returns, but we'll get into that when we get down into the plugs I'm doing for myself later. Which are we doing mine right now? Because I can scroll down and get to where I want to be. Well, there's that.
You have a completely different graphic for it instead of the one that's in here?
No. I mean, I'm down at the bottom with stuff on my channel the next 2 weeks, but I can do it. It's fine. Not a big deal. It's totally good. This is good because it is back. The No DQ review is tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific. I know, Walter, you're going to be on that one, correct?
Yes.
There you go. Well, Walter, Big G will be on there with Aaron and Virtue, and hopefully we'll get to the Hall of Fame talk. If not tomorrow, then next week's, because I definitely want to hear the opinions of those who are actually, making these decisions. So, and then, as I said, Aaron will have his recaps of Raw, Dynamite, and SmackDown this week. Hopefully, we shall see. Coming up, of course, let's see, tomorrow's or Monday. I didn't plan to have a show on Monday, so I don't think we'll have Beaches Musings. But if we do it at all this week, it's going to be on Monday at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific. But right now, I'm looking to take the day off. So we shall see.
There you go. Make sure you follow your barkeeps. Of course, we had Statboy here for part of the opening segment. You can find him on Facebook at his name, Mike Caldwell, on the Twix, LBStatKid1977, or on Instagram, Statboy13. You can also find his partner, Dory Lou, on Facebook by using her name, Dory Lou Hathaway, on Twix at Hathaway Lou, or on Instagram at Dory Lou. Make sure you step into the sports bar every Tuesday, traditionally at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern. Sometimes the times are jostled a little bit due to watch-alongs or other shenanigans that may be afoot at the Circle K.
Yes. For now, it should be on Tuesday at 4 o'clock, 7 o'clock Eastern this week, because there's nothing going on as far as I know. And the Greg Cherry brand, along with the Greg Cherry show this week, will also feature yours truly returning to the show. You can follow the Greg Cherry brand across the spectrum of social at Greg Cherry brand. Pretty straightforward there. And of course, myself, Matty Laws, and the man himself, Greg Cherry, will be back live at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific on Wednesday night,
where you'll be able to see Matty Laws read Josh Mansfield a bedtime story.
Yes, he has a whole half a week to prepare himself for that bit of shenanigans. God save us all. My goodness.
Then you can follow our newest affiliate and our on-site correspondent for the upcoming forum shows, Datilla, who was unable to be here today as she has family at her house. Yes. You can catch her reviews of Raw, Dynamite, SmackDown. I think she's still doing Rampage too. Don't quote me. At Rangers of Wrestling on YouTube. She's also your go-to source for Power Rangers content. Walter.
All right. Well, thanks for having me again. For Instagram, you can catch me on the Cow Fire Farms if that floats your boats and you're into that kind of thing. On Twix, as Jeff puts it, Walter Alex Cruz, and of course the YouTube that's just getting started at the Rage of Wrestling. Hopefully the universe stops throwing wrenches in my plans with the whole UFC and what's going on with people getting hurt, but it's a part of life, so we should make it work.
There you go. We saw James pop into the chat room. You can find him on Facebook, James Hebman Hebert. On the Twix, J Hebert Side 95. On YouTube, J Hebert Side 95. Noah, tell people about your stuff.
First off, shout out to my friend Mary Jade. She'll be going to surgery here soon, so she's out for the moment. So I wish her all the best for that. Cheers across the pond, my friend. She continues to prove that Jade's for more than gold. Follow her home promotion, Wood Green Wrestling, if you can. And that's all I got to say about her, the queen of ATW. ATW, my other wrestling family here since 2020, brought out AEW. And if people want to engage more further with me, it's simple. Follow me on the Twitter and on YouTube, and at Foster 1916 for all things wrestling. Oy. That's really a bit as far as graphics goes, because I don't know if someone's laying. Oh yeah, and I guess the YouTube, of course, you give your simple assessments on the community tab for all the biggest shows in wrestling, and you stay tuned for forums, leaderboards for all the Super Disney leagues that I host, as well as updates on my Super YouTube channel. Again, all under Ann Foster 1916.
There you go. And I know at some point this week we'll be doing our simple take of Crown Jewel.
Yeah.
Time and date Tibid, if you will.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to stay tuned to Simply Reliable coming soon when we cover NWA.
There you go. And of course, coming around the end of the year in time for the new year. Noah, that's what I call music volume 1.
God.
Now that's what I call open mic night number 1. Noah, that's what I call slow jams.
Yeah.
And coming in 2025, Noah, that's what I call Disney.
Damn it.
The best part of that is Mickey looking up at Noah like he's a G.
Such reverence for the simple man from the boss. You love to see it. Oh my God.
Simply put, you are the man, Noah.
You are the fucking man, dude. For real. Oh my God. All right. Where are we at on the plugs, brother?
Making our way towards the bottom, sir.
Okay. Yes. Well, as you all know, Disney fired me. I need
Santa
money.
Meach is coming to town.
Yes, you can follow Santa Meach across the social spectrum. Not on YouTube because I don't have the energy to get that costume every freaking day to do content because goddamn it, it's too hot. But please tell your friends, tell your family, tell your enemies. Hell, if you want to have your enemies have a decent Christmas and rack up the karma points, there you go. There's a way to do it. I've been doing this for many years. I started out doing Rocky Horror, and I've just kind of fallen into the business of the business, if you will. And I thoroughly enjoy every experience. Every experience is different and unique. It's just a matter of what you or your child or your family want to have out of your Santa Claus experience. So hit me up. Let me know. If you've got my number, you can contact me directly, of course. So
there you go.
Keep me posted. Let me know.
And I see most of the stuff here for the rest of the way down is you, so you can just kind of start running through the graphics from that one on through.
I will do that. Well, of course, we saw the trailers throughout the day, but between the rest of this year and into next year, we's gonna die, folks. We's just gonna die. We've got Friday Night War, Full Gear, Dynamite Thanksgiving Eve, Survivor Series, the double feature of Deadline and Final Resolution, Final Battle, World's End, and maybe more in 2023. And then, of course, Wrestle Kingdom, Hard to Kill, Royal Rumble, Elimination Chamber, the final night of Showtime for Sting and Revolution, both nights of WrestleMania, AEW All In, Bash in Berlin announced earlier this month or last month. This coming week, just on the Jeff Meacham Network, and well, I was going to be on the Nerdy review when I made this graphic, so that's a little bit inaccurate, but that's okay. Again, we had Open Mic Night today. We've got the No DQ review tomorrow. JJ's channel for Love of Wrestling across the days of the week. Step Boy Sports for the Greg Sherry Show. Talk Wrestling on Thursday night, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific. Followed immediately, or not immediately, after the East Coast airing of Impact Wrestling with our Throwback Thursday episode 2. No, we got to get together with Attila and record that pretty soon.
Yeah.
Drew Galloway versus Bobby Lashley from Slammiversary 2016. Knockout or tap out for the heavyweight championship of the world. Coming up Monday, the following week, November 13th, which I'm dubbing Disney Week just because I can, by God. Top 10 non-Disney animated movies on the Dads and Always on Wrestling. Stat by Sports Bar Talk Wrestling, Greg Cherry Show. Full Gear. Predictions from both Simply Predicting and NoDQ.com. Throwback Thursday for TNA that week will be wrestling, Destination X, Fatal 4-Way for a number one contender shot, or for, a contract with TNA Wrestling for that match. Meech's Musings will be on Friday that week, and then our coverage of Full Gear, and that night, of course, the Disney Oki. And it all, at least on this channel and across the multiverse, leads to New Year's Eve. We've got the date. We've got the time. We're working on the special shenanigans we have in store for you, starting at 8 p.m. Pacific, going all the way to 1 a.m. Pacific, as we count down across the country the highlights that James has been clipping all year, including some good shit from the night. And always the anniversary of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, which, again, I'm so proud and honored to be part of, and I really appreciate everybody that's contributed. Going into year 5, which is bananas. Crazy.
Bananas. I'm going to have a good 2024. I get to be in person at the Rumble, in person at WrestleMania.
Yes, sir.
I saw a botch in your Disney week, good sir.
What would that be?
You showed this, and you mentioned Meech's Musings going to be on Friday that week.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
I didn't say it was going to be at that same time.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious because that wasn't on your graphic.
Oh, Lord.
And without you going live at 4 Pacific, I don't know how you're going to get it in there because we're doing both those shows. So
well, maybe I was going to do it as a pre-show, and maybe I just forgot to make the graphic right. Maybe I'm getting balled out on it right now on the air, so I feel like a complete fuck up, and I botched. So there you go.
Botch.
I did. I honestly, there's been
Botchamania.
Botchamania is running wild, brother. I forgot about the Friday Night War because there it is. Thank you. There's been a lot that were booked, and I forgot to. So that's my bad. 100% my bad. But I will be doing one or the other that week. It depends on how the schedule falls. Either Musings or Talk Wrestling, depending on what's more applicable for the week. But I call it Disney Week because I will be wearing a Disney shirt every day that week, and I have encouraged the team to do the same if they haven't. So if you're on a stream that week with us, throw the Disney stuff on. I know some of y'all have it in storage, some of y'all don't have it, some of y'all exactly all the Disney all week. So if you don't have Disney, and I even said this in the group chat, I don't expect Noah when he's on stream. I know.
I love it.
I don't expect when he's on stream because Noah is our dapper yapper. We need him in the Blazers. He does his best in his, except doing the Noah Rooney, because that was just
epic.
That was fucking wrong.
But also right.
If Noah Rooney's are wrong, I don't want to be right. Oh wait, sorry, wrong theme. Go ahead. Carry on. I think that's it for me. This plugs. There's a lot of shit we had to plug. So
all the content, all the YouTube content.
Emmanuel says we need an award for whoever has the most botches on the channel. That would be Stat Boy.
That would be 100%. If you throw episode Stat by Sports Bar into that category for the end of the year awards, if we had them, Mikey, the trophy would be named the Stat Boy Trophy.
Damn.
That's fair.
Stat Boy Botch. It'd be a giant spark with the word botch on it, just in Stat Boy Sports Bar colors.
Before we do our wrap up and have Noah take us out as he eloquently does, Emmanuel did point out that there was a super chat that he submitted to Greg's channel, actually.
Oh.
That we did highlight, we did show, we just didn't address it. We said we would come back to it because we were in the introduction phase.
Oh, right. Stephanie McMahon, yeah, that one.
Where he asked, Stephanie McMahon or someone else is the real person who pushed women's wrestling, not Triple H. What do you think? I'm going to go first on this because I had my 10-year hiatus. So I'm probably the worst to speak on this.
Okay.
Boy.
And y'all I won't be offended if you correct me in any of this, but I think it's been pretty indicative once Stephanie stepped away and the women's division began to really suffer, who was the real proponent in the company for the women. Triple H, aside from his NXT kids, it just seems like Stephanie was the heart, if you will, of the backstage for the women. And ever since she walked away, you've seen the women's presentation get worse and worse. There have been some bright spots here and there, but not too many to write home to the folks from summer camp about. And I think it shows.
I think if you base it off this year, yes, I agree. I don't know how far back he's talking. Maybe if he put it in the chat and I missed it, but I think you have to remember the time frame you're talking about, that Triple H has really been a component and a key component of creative, not just chief content officer. He's been in that room, if you will, for over a decade now.
Mm-hmm.
I firmly believe that both of them are equal, and I say that because you think about when the NXT horsewomen were called up, Triple H was very much a component of creative at that point. And yes, Vince was still the end of the discussion, but both Hunter and Stephanie had a major say. Hunter more so. People forget that when Hunter was elevated to the basically in charge of everything but the final decision title he had, what was like EVP in charge of talent, live events, and everything. Just like he had like this title that went from here to fucking Sunday. Stephanie was the chief brand officer at that point. She was out there, as almost like an ambassador type role. She was like the chief ambassador of the company. She still had her job in the office. She still was, doing some of the creative from what we were told. Again, none of us are backstage, whatever. But I think at that point that we're talking about with the women of NXT coming up, and since then, Triple H has been much more in the creative process than Stephanie has been. So I think the perception is there, because she's been gone this year and a good chunk of last year, that the women's division has suffered. And as Undertaker told us, perception is reality. Yes, but I think the reality truly is that Triple H and even Vince, before he got his public rep even further dragged through the mud this year, they've been just as much a spearheader of getting the women's division out there in the last few years than Stephanie was. 10, 15 years ago, equal footing.
Okay, go ahead, Walter.
I think Stephanie was more or less the advocate and the face of the forefront in front of the camera for the women's division. I think they did it together, and Triple H was the fuel to get it forward from backstage, and Stephanie was just the advocate / the face of it. And so you had two aspects of it. Stephanie was in the front seat, and Triple H was in the back seat doing what he had to do from the back and what he can do. And he let Stephanie be the on-screen advocate for the women's division, but they did it together. And Stephanie did do a lot, because like you just said, JJ, the fact that she's going now, you can kind of see it. And they had this whole evolution, and then they never did it again. They had this whole evolution, and then they took some steps back. Then they went forward. It was like very much one step forward, two steps back for a little while. And now we're starting it with Jade Carter and all these people debuting, and how NXT got it together. Now we're starting to see it keep going back on track, and just hopefully it trends up and they don't go back anymore. So that's what I think. I think they did it together. It was just more or less Stephanie in the forefront face advocate, and Triple H was just backstage pushing her.
Okay. Noah?
And kind of echo Walter's point. We go beyond 2013. I think his argument has merit, but you also got to consider again, everything has a beginning. Before Stephanie McMahon was even involved in this company, people that led as just valets, as that presence of what women could be in this industry. I always talk about Miss Elizabeth, God bless her soul. You talked about Sable earlier. We talk about China. We talk about Victoria. But Stephanie McMahon, she was the first real focal point going beyond the in-ring competitor. Again, she was managerial position. She was the general manager of SmackDown in the early days. She was part of mainstream storylines. She put that perception of women out there. And then you move the clock forward and you see that the Divas era, of course, came into play, and what Stephanie McMahon saw with that and how she kind of rode along with that and also kind of was against it. Don't even get me started on 2003. Orderly. But yeah, I do think in a way they both have extremely given to the rise of the perception of women in WWE, period. Now, again, for me, I don't think women's wrestling has ever been stronger in WWE than when Bayley and Sasha Banks broke the mold in what women's wrestling could be in WWE. And then that one sentence that Byron Saxton actually sounded like a smart individual. Women's wrestling is back. I completely agreed since that point. Now, has it taken steps backwards? Oh, that's a fucking lootly. But again, at the end of the day, both of them definitely played their role, but nowadays in this generation, you got to give more credit to Triple H. It's just a matter that he wears more hats right now because they do so much of the main roster. Why Shawn Michaels is right now crafting what Triple H started in this NXT. But you definitely got to give both a fair amount of credit.
Yeah, I think what WWE should do is try to steal a producer or a booker from Impact Wrestling and put them in charge of WWE's women division and see what you can do. I would throw some money at whoever's booking and writing the women's division in Impact and see if you could steal them away, because that's how you book women's division. If you look at what Impact is doing.
Yeah, good luck getting Scott D'Amore and good luck getting Scott D'Amore and Gail Kim. That's all I gotta say about that.
Yep. And Gail Kim does hate WWE for how they treated her.
There you go.
All right. I see your private chat that you posted twice, Jeff, about birthday shout outs. Go ahead.
Wasn't meant to post twice. My computer is just, I'm about to throw the motherfucker across the room.
Botch.
Anyway, all the botches. Happy birthday now that we're past midnight. First of all, to Greg Cherry.
Hey.
Today is his birthday.
Sensation himself.
Yeah, that's right. The WTC GOAT, because I can acknowledge that. And yesterday, since it's now past Saturday, our buddy Lisa up in Canada celebrated the birthday yesterday. So happy birthday to both of those wonderful people in our extended multiverse family. Lisa, I hope you had a great birthday. I know it's been a time this year. And Greg, we will we celebrated it kind of sort of this last week. I wasn't around to do a whole lot of it, but we'll definitely I'll definitely toast you proper on Wednesday night, brother.
There you go.
Happy birthday, y'all.
All right. Noah, would you like to do your thing?
Let's get to sleep, folks. Folks, this has been episode 92 of Up in Might Night. And to those that saw that spin of Rudy, just go ahead and echo Booker T's wide-eyed line. Unfortunately, yes, you did saw that. Emmanuel, you suck, but also thank you. And people, thank you for tuning in once again to the wild shenanigans that are Open Mic Night and enduring this utter madness. But I digress. And if you want to know more about me and this, then know this. Why do we do this type of stuff, and why do I endure this on a weekly basis? It is because I am but a simple man and a lifelong fan of Pray God, fuck y'all, suck. God, my back.
Damn it.
Professional wrestling. Damn it. I see high freaking big fire praise. As we only wish to encourage you that there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. Just fans on business, passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, get a chiropractor, protect your mentality too, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that. We'll see you next time.
Alexa, reorder Icy Hot.
For Walter Cruz, Josh Mansfield, Big Baller G, Stat Boy Mikey, the simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster, Matty Laws,
Fucked up back.
Jeff Meacham, and myself. Thank you all for joining us.
Oh my God.
And as if that wasn't enough, we are going to leave you with something that you can look forward to in 2 weeks on Open Mic Night.
Oh.
Just to raise Arlene's spirits, and again, glutton for my punishment, but help him entertain the masses. Have a good night, folks. And also help out a friend. Everybody, you ready to have some fun? Here is DuckTales 1987. All right, here we go.
You have a sea of coins to jump in.
It's like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Race cars, lasers, airplanes. It's a duck blur. Might solve a mystery or rewrite history. DuckTales. Woo! Every day they're out there making DuckTales. Woo! Tales of daring, do bad, and good luck tales. Woo! Tales of the danger, watch behind you. There's a stranger out to find you. What to do? Just grab onto some DuckTales. Woo! Woo! Every day they're out there making DuckTales. Woo! Tales of daring, do bad, and good luck tales. Woo! Woo! Not ponytails or cottontails, no DuckTales. Woo! Woo! All right. Again, glutton for my punishment, but help him entertain the masses. And also help out a friend. Everybody, you ready to have some fun? Here is.
Have a good night, everybody.
Damn it.